Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected elders of the book industry, publishers, booksellers, authors, readers, and lovers of literature. My name is CM Okonkwo, author, HR professional, process lover, and facilitator. I write live in various genres and categories: prose, poetry, drama, nonfiction. I've published 52 books, and by the grace of God, my 53rd book and first children's book will drop on Children's Day this year. It is my honor to moderate this very important conversation organized by the Booksellers Association of Nigeria under the timely theme, Technology, Social Media, and Digitalization, Notes for Booksellers. We are gathered at a very interesting moment in the history of books. The way books are written, published, marketed, and distributed, also discovered, and even consumed has changed dramatically over the past decade. Technology has disrupted old systems, but it has also opened new opportunities. As writers, many of us now market directly to readers online. We build communities on social media. We sell books digitally. We host virtual launches, and we use platforms that did not exist years ago. But this transformation deeply affects booksellers. Booksellers are no longer just shop owners waiting behind shelves. They are now curators, content creators, digital marketers, reading culture advocates, logistics coordinators, and ecosystem builders. In many ways, booksellers remain one of the strongest bridges between books and readers. And that is why the Booksellers Association of Nigeria remains extremely important within the literary ecosystem. The association represents professionals who ensure books move beyond printing presses into schools, homes, bookshops, libraries, and communities. They help sustain the reading culture, support educational development, create visibility for authors and publishers, and contribute significantly to knowledge distribution in Nigeria. Today's conversation is therefore not just about technology, it's about survival, adaptation, relevance, and most importantly, it's about collaboration across the book ecosystem. Before we begin the conversation proper, I would like to introduce to the table, first of all, the chairman of the event, Mr. Dayo Alabi. Please, can we clap for him as he comes? Mr. Dayo Alabi is the MD CEO of the Book Company Limited. He started his career as a management trainee with Lever Brothers Nigeria PLC, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, in 1981, and rose to the position of Industrial Product Manager in the marketing division before he resigned in 1987. He joined Nalin Industry PLC Port Harcourt in 1987 as marketing manager and left for Standard Packaging Nigeria Limited in 1988 as marketing manager, rising to the position of general manager before taking up appointment in 1992 as MD CEO of CSS Bookshops. Please, can we welcome our chairman of the event? First, chairman of the event, we are welcome. Next, I would like to welcome the president of the Booksellers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Dapo Fisayo. He has been in the book industry for over 35 years. He was a pioneer staff of Abiola Bookshops Limited, Lagos, but was later seconded to Low Price Books Limited, a subsidiary of Abiola Books Limited, in the United Kingdom in 1992 as a personal assistant to the chairman, CEO of the company, late Chief MKO Abiola. He has represented the company in various exhibitions and book fairs in Africa, Europe, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America, and has also attended several management courses in Europe, UK, and the United States of America. Please let us welcome our president, Dr. Dapo Fisayo. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. So next, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker in the person of Mr. Adedotun Enyade. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him as he comes up. He's the CEO of Roving Heights. Next, I would like to welcome Mrs. Umshima Shenge. Please, can we clap for her? Mrs. Shenge is an excellent publisher. She's an excellent publisher and a prolific author of 22 well-sought-after books with over a decade of experience in educational and general publishing. She's a founder and MD of Fortham Publishers Limited, headquartered in Abuja, a reputable publishing company dedicated to producing impactful books that support learning and knowledge development across schools and communities. You're welcome, ma. Next, we'd like to welcome Madam Jemiyoton Brickins. Please clap for her, she comes on. Madam Brinkins is currently the Assistant General Secretary of BAN and serves as a procurement manager at the Booksellers Limited, Ibadan. With 24 years of experience in the book industry, she connects readers and writers. You are most welcome, ma'am. Finally, I would like to invite Mr. Kola Olaiton. Mr. Kola Olaiton, please clap for him. Mr. Kola Olaiton is a distinguished executive and seasoned professional with extensive expertise in publishing, book marketing, financial consulting, and corporate leadership. He is the CEO of Best in Books Limited, a publishing and book marketing company that operates the renowned B&B Bookshop. You are most welcome, sir. I would also like to recognize here today Mr. Kola Mosuro, former president of BAN. You're welcome, sir. Also like to recognize President of ANA, Dr. Usman Akombi, and also congratulate him on his promotion as VC of the Book Fair Trust. Yeah. Finally, I would like to recognize Mr. Abdul Johnson, Secretary of Booksellers Association of Nigeria. Please stand up for recognition. You are most welcome, sir. So before we kick in, I would like to welcome Chairman of the event, Mr. Dayo Alabi, to come for his welcome address, sir. Please, round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful that you deem it necessary for me to come and chair this event. If you check your time, we are starting almost 1 hour late, and we are scheduled to be here for 2 hours. And there is another program immediately after this program. The theme for this event is technology, media, social media, and digitization notes for booksellers. The person who has introduced all of us in our opening speech has almost said what I intended to say. The way we sell books today is completely different from the way books were marketed and sold some decades ago. And like we say, if one continues to do same thing all the time without following trends, that organization is likely to go extinct. What are we talking about? Technology, as it affects bookselling. Technology is the application of scientific knowledge, skills, methods, and processes to practical human progress, such as solving problems, improving efficiency, or manipulating the environment. It encourages both tangible tools, which include physical machines and software. Social media is internet-based, which is application through websites that allow users to create, share content, and participate in social networking. These platforms facilitate user-generated content, including text, photos, videos, and online communities. Popular examples include Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn, and so on. How do we use these tools to enhance our business operation? What should we do to remain relevant? The whole essence of this program is to call people who are versed in this area to explain to us how we can remain a business tomorrow. Like I always say, I read an article when I was in university, so many years ago, precisely 1978. That article is called Marketing Myopia. How do you define your business? If you see your business as book selling, as it was done 30 years ago, can you survive? What do you need to do today to be relevant? Amazon came into existence many decades ago. And that time, I'm sure they didn't know where they were going. But now, nobody would be in the book industry without knowing about Amazon. If they had opened bookshops then and expect them to grow to the level they are today, it would have been an illusion. So what do we need to put in place to ensure we continue to exist? Are we taking the right steps? I believe we have people in this hall who have been in this business for years. One of them is Dr. Musuru, that a lot of us learned from. We have somebody who is now vibrant, energetic, and who is turning book selling into something else in Nigeria. Since we believe in collaboration, I believe the young man that we have invited today will talk to us about what he has done to bring Roving Heights Bookshop to where it is today. And other panelists are people who have had exposure in various aspects of book selling. I don't think we will have selected a better team than we have today. To save time so that we can leave here as quickly as possible, I invite you to listen first to the keynote speech to be delivered by our young man, Mr. Adedotun Inyade, CEO of Roving Heights Limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the remarks. But before our keynote speaker comes, I would like to invite Dr. Dapo Fisayo. Please, sir. Amen. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I want to sincerely apologize for starting behind the schedule. It's actually circumstances beyond our control. And firstly, I'm just here to just appreciate one or two of us, because the elder says we have to give honor to whom honor is due. If you can permit me, I just want to appreciate which our chairman had said, Dr. Kolade Mosu. I want to also appreciate our chairman of the occasion, Mr. Dayo Alabi. Why? Because they are the trailblazers. And then if you have not put on a legacy, which some of us are following, and even right now we are also translating to another generation, which the chairman has said. And I don't want to waste our time, because our time is fast spent. Most of the things I actually wanted to say, like I said, the elders, the chairman has said it. Once again, I'm actually welcoming everyone, distinguished booksellers, ladies and gentlemen. You came today for a very great discussion, and let us go on with them. I want to thank you to Mr. Adedotun Inyade. So you are taking after this particular line. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, as I call on our keynote speaker, I'll just say one or two things about him. He's a co-founder and CEO of Roving Heights, a chain of bookstores in Nigeria. Within a decade, Roving Heights has evolved into one of Nigeria's most recognized book-selling brands, with a growing footprint across 4 cities. Mr. Adedotun started his career in management consulting at a Big 4 firm and was an Acumen Global Fellow in 2013. He holds a bachelor's degree in microbiology from Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria, and a master's in public policy from the University of Oxford, United Kingdom. You're welcome, sir. Please clap for him as he comes up to give us his keynote address.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the honor. It's a profound one. Before I start, I'd like to pay homage and recognition to the chairman, Mr. Dayo Alabi, as well as the president of the Bookseller Association of Nigeria, Mr. Dapo Fisayo. Thank you so much for the leadership you've provided to our association, and thank you for the honor extended to me. I'd be remiss if I did not also recognize Dr. Kola Mosuro. He's a trailblazer in our industry, and he's someone that, I have a great deal of respect and respect for what he has built with the Booksellers brand, and I am just looking forward to reading your memoirs someday. I hope you do us the honor of writing one. Yes, yeah. I would be remiss if I also do not recognize other members of the high table, Ms. Comfort Shenge, Mr. Kola Olaiton, Ms. Jemmy Toyon Brickens. I used to speak to her on the phone when we started years ago, and it's a pleasure meeting her in person finally today. So, really recognize you. I've got a mix of a written speech as well as a number of slides, so I am just going to breeze through this as quickly as possible because I know time is of the essence, and I don't want to bore you with lots of lengthy written words. So I want the session to be as practical as possible, and so I can leave you with something you can take home and maybe ponder and ruminate about. Again, it's a profound honor to stand before this august gathering of men and women who kept Nigerians reading. I assume that the room is filled with booksellers and lots of other folks in the book trade. It's in a world full of distractions with its attendants' diminished attention span. The men and women gathered in this room have held open the door to quiet rooms where ideas live. That's not a small thing, and we deserve to commend ourselves. Yes, thank you. But I've not come today to offer you praise and send you home satisfied. No, that's not what I want to do. I've come to offer you something harder, and that's a mirror. They say a book is a medium for travel, but today it is the industry itself, the book industry, that is on the high-speed journey. Because the world that sustains our book trade has changed dramatically. And so the question before us is not whether technology, social media, or digitalization have disrupted the book business. We all know that the book business has been disrupted. The question, before us is what will we do about it? What are we going to do about the strengths, about technology, about social media, about digitalization? I am not an alarmist. No, I'm not here to, raise alarm. I just want to speak to you as somebody who believes that the bookseller or the booksellers are irreplaceable in the entire book value chain. I believe that even if you create an AI bot, you create robots, you still cannot do without the bookseller. But then of course, they are only replaceable if we choose to remain relevant. And so I've got a few notes, and at the end I will leave you three things you can begin to do even before you walk out of this room. Where's the clicker pad? So let me provide some context. Yeah. This will give you a sense of what the snapshot of reading is in Nigeria, and also like our digital footprint. We're a nation of about 220 million people, and we're fast growing because we're making loads and loads of babies. As of 2024, it said that we have 103 internet users. I'm sure that this data is outdated. Social media 38.7. I doubt that this is correct, but the one that I find most troubling and I think should concern us is about the number of hours that we spend on social media every day. On the average, 4 hours, 20 minutes. That's on the average, a month. So it tells you that, even though Nigerians are busy with their lives, they're trying to heck a living, they're trying to pay, do well at their job, pay house rent, they still spend an inordinate amount of hours on social media. Yeah. So this is where we spend our digital time. On Facebook, about 49.2 million people who are are active users of Facebook. On TikTok, 37.4. I can't understand TikTok. I am in my 40s, and I just don't understand the madness that is going on that platform. But it's doing well. Lots of people are on it, spending time, and I've resisted the temptation to sign up and download, because I feel like I'm spending a lot of time that could otherwise have gone into reading the pile of books by my bedside on Twitter, on X. YouTube 27 million, Instagram 11.5, and then WhatsApp, yeah, that's also very common. My mom is a pensioner, and the amount of WhatsApp messages she gets to forward every day, I'm sure a lot of people in the room can relate with it. Yes, just some relevant figure on our publishing landscape. You can contest it, but the data is saying that the value of the market value of the book, and the brochure industry is about $3 billion as of 2024. And then there's a e-market. The ebook market is projected to be it's small. It's a microcosm of it, but it's about $3 million. There's something I want to flag, which is around like the global ebook revenue, which is set to be around like 9% of the entire, the entire book trade. Yes, so I will just pause here and read out a few things. Now, the challenge is that a lot of people moan or bemoan and talk about how Nigerians are not reading. I want to start on the notes by saying that Nigeria has not left the book behind. What has happened is that it has left the bookshop behind. That's what I have seen, right? No, it's not worth clapping. I think it's something that I find like really troubling, that, when we say Nigerians don't read, the question is not that they're not reading, but they're not probably reading through the platforms and the mediums that we've been traditionally used to. So I say, for starters, reading is not dead in Nigeria. The thirst stories and knowledge has never been greater. Think about the number of young people, of kids that we're making every day, right? People who are graduating, millions of people are writing, the common entrance into high school, same thing for universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and the people who are interested in knowledge, right? They go to school, they want to read, they're interested in stories. And as a bookseller, I see a lot of young people who are, devouring content voraciously. But guess where they are reading them? They are reading them on Twitter, reading threads. Some of them are reading long threads on Twitter. They're sharing PDFs. Just some weeks ago, there was a huge debate on X. I keep calling it Twitter. Sorry, I'm old school. Right? Where some young kids were sending out PDF copies of the now arrested African Writers series. And there was a seasoned journalist who could not stand it and resisted to say, you're infringing on other people's intellectual properties by sending PDF copies of books. And the young people, they reacting and saying, but I can't find these books. These books are not in the in the bookstores. If they've Heinemann is shut it down and they can't find the book. But it tells you that people are interested in stories. But the challenge is also that they're not finding them. They're not finding them in places that we've been used to. So, on TikTok, there are lots of book reviews. In fact, when you go to the London Book Fair and a lot of international fairs, when they give you your catalogs, they have you separate section that will show you books that are trending on Book Talk, right, on TikTok. So there's a separate section and there are people who are making a living out of just curating content, writing reviews, or, generating reviews. And young people are getting ideas as to what they want to read from Instagram, or on TikTok, on Facebook. I don't know how many of us are familiar with the growing community of young people called Bookstagrammers. Yeah, thank you, right? They're young people who are on Instagram. Some of them would spend their own resources going to bookstores. Some of them would spend time curating books, creating content, and recommending them to their peers. And they're driving, boatloads of book sales. Mobile first reading is growing at a fast pace. Sadly, the experience of buying book has not kept pace with everything else. A young person in Lagos or Abuja or major cities in Nigeria can order almost anything to their doorsteps within hours from online platforms like Konga, Jumia. You can get food on Chowdeck, on Glovo, and in 15-20 minutes, those things, will be delivered. By the way, we are on Glovo, right? People traditionally associate Glovo for food, but we said, what's wrong with having a bookstore listed on Glovo, right? We're on Chowdeck, and I think that's also a challenge for booksellers as well, to say, you need to look for ways through which you can bring books closer to, to people who want to read, or the customers. Yeah, people can stream films, any song, podcasts, but what do they get when they walk into our bookstores, right? It's a challenge today. Like, a lot of times they come in, our shelves are dusty, there are cobwebs, filled with cobwebs, the poorly lit. Sometimes we have, we ourselves as booksellers, we are not motivated, and there's no compelling reason for people who walk into our stores to even wander and browse. And so what's a bookstore, to my mind, without the pool for customers to browse? When you say you have a bookstore, you want to make it attractive so that people can come in and browse. So we cannot blame ourselves for customers leaving. We must blame the experience we deliver for failing them. That's my charge. Now that I have your attention, I've come bearing good news, right? The good news is, and I say this with deep conviction, is that the bookseller who understands this moment, who refuses to be a passive observer, has extraordinary opportunities available to them. Because here is what technology cannot replicate: the curated, trusted human recommendation. I always say this, that the bookseller is a therapist of sorts, right? Someone comes to you, and I see this every time I go to my bookstore, especially on a weekend. Someone has had a hell of a week. They're tired. They're just looking for something exciting to read, and they're waiting on you as a bookseller to recommend to them. And oftentimes when I find out I recommend a book or two to them, I earn their trust. They're excited. They come back the week or two after to say, "Oh, I love the book you recommend to me." An algorithm cannot do that. That's something an algorithm can do. An algorithm can't understand your emotion. It can't see your face. I mean, at least not yet. And that tells you that the bookseller is irreplaceable, despite all the challenges that we confront. Algorithms can suggest what you might like based on what you've already chosen. Only a great bookseller can hand you something you did not know you needed and change your life. Yes, I'm going to stop here and take you through this. Yes. The second point I'd like to quickly stress is that social media is not our enemy. Obscurity is, right? A lot of people find social media quite complicated, right? We have a complicated relationship with it. If you're like me, a 40-plus-year-old man who's, constantly griping and complaining about the amount of time I spend on X every day, or how it's stopping me from reading, my growing pile of books, and just how I find it difficult to keep up with Book Talk and a lot of other new apps that are springing up every day. The point is, social media weeded wisely, I beg your pardon, is the most powerful bookshop window that has ever existed. I mentioned in a passing about Book Talk, how you have a lot of young people who are building a community on TikTok, and how that is driving book sales to insane levels. There is an American author. Her name is Colleen Hoover. I don't know how many people are familiar with Colleen Hoover in the room. Thank you. She writes romance, right? Colleen Hoover writes romance, and she sold a lot of books, tens of millions of copies on the back of TikTok. So at the last London Book Fair, one of our publishers was showing me a pile to say, these are the Colleen Hoover titles that are trending on Book Talk. Now, the bookseller who builds an online presence, who goes on Instagram and says, "Here is why you must read Stay With Me by Ayobami Adebayo. Here is what it will cost you, and here is how to get it from me." That bookseller is not abandoning the trade. So for those of us who feel like, we're not staying true to the tradition by, being on social media, anyone who's using social media as a tool to reach lots of customers or new customers, that person is not abandoning it. They're actually extending it. They're finding customers they would never find by opening a door and waiting. So on Instagram every day, we have, in my team, we have about 2-3 people who are dedicated to it. So almost around the clock, right? There's someone who's running the shifts in morning till 6 o'clock, and then at 7, someone takes over till midnight, because we realize that it's such a very, very powerful tool. And in fact, from Instagram, I think I don't know if it is a trade secret, the numbers in some cases would outstrip in a month, like 2 or 3 physical stores, just because we post and we create content for other people to see. Digitalization tool is not a threat to your identity, it's an expansion of your capacity. A bookseller who can sell a physical book in their store, an ebook through a digital platform, an audiobook through a subscription service, is a bookseller who has tripled their market. The question is not whether to embrace these channels, but how do we do so without losing our soul, without becoming just another faceless retailer, competing on price alone, a race you cannot win against Amazon or Jumia, all right? So if you think of Amazon, it's the world's biggest bookstore. But, we all know they have a lot of unfair trade practices, right? It's like a race to the bottom in terms of a discount you get on Amazon. A lot of times, I think Jeff Bezos even said at a point that they found that book was a major loss leader for them. So they were fine making losses on books so that they can sell, other commodities. So they attract people with books and then sell other things to them. So you can't compete on Amazon. But the advantage that you have as a bookseller who's quite acquainted with the tools of social media is that you can do what the algorithms cannot do, which is building relationships with people and earning their trust such that you can recommend something really powerful and important to them. The soul of a bookseller is curation. I'm currently reading a book by an American bookseller. His name is Jeff Deutsch. He ran for a while a bookstore in Chicago called it's a non-profit bookstore. And he said something quite profound in the book. He said, discernment is the primary quality of a good bookseller. Discernment is the primary quality of a good bookseller. Filtration, selection, assemblage, enthusiasm, their works. So booksellers must work harder to provide authentic human recommendations that an algorithm cannot provide. That's our expertise. Our knowledge of our community's hunger, protect that, and the tools of digital age becomes our servants, not our masters. Now, I am going to quickly walk you through, 3 charges that I want to leave you with because I'm quite mindful of the time. Something actionable that we can take home, something concrete that we can begin with. In fact, some of them we can actually even start before we leave the room. The first charge is build your digital shelf before this month is over. And I'm saying this because it's extremely important for every bookseller to establish and strengthen their digital presence, their online presence. Not today, not next month, but this very month. I'm not asking you to become a social media influencer, right? I always, I find that tag somewhat like a pejorative term. I'm asking you to be findable and trustworthy online. So today, when I want to buy things, I go and read the reviews, right? If I want to part with anything online, or even if it's a physical store, I go read the reviews, what people have said about. Same thing if you're trying to book a hotel room and you're quite mindful of the amount of money you have, even if it's just 30,000 naira for a night or 20,000 naira for a night, you go online and read the reviews, right? And it's because those businesses have been able to establish a findable and a trustworthy online presence. I would say at the minimum, create or update your business page on Instagram and on Facebook. So if you don't have one, try and create one. And if you haven't updated it in a while, try and update it. So today, someone wants to buy a book or wants to buy a stationery, and they look online and they realize that your Facebook has not been updated in 3 or 4 years. Is an indication that your business is dead. Right? You can post 2 or 3 times a week, a book recommendation, a customer story, a new arrival, a piece of Nigerian literary history. If you have gems of books that have completely gone out of print, those are things that people are looking for, especially folks like myself that are history buff. It could be a reading challenge. You could show your face. You could use your voice or use an AI voice. People buy from people they trust. That's the truth, right? And trust is built through consistent, genuine presence, and you can establish that online, on social media. If you can go a step further, you can start, a short video series. I know, a member of and a very, very respected member of the association who's constantly using social media, in his craft. Call it what you like. You can call it the bookshop chair, notes from the shelf, what Lagos is reading, what Asaba is reading. Film it on your phone. It doesn't need to be polished. It doesn't need to be fancy or even if it's just crude. But the point is just getting the message across. It needs to be you. A lot of people appreciate when things are authentic. Yeah, so that's the first point. So you can do that 2 to 3 times a week. There are lots of ideas, but the first step is just, taking the work. So before this month ends, post your first piece of digital content as a bookseller with a voice, not a shop, not just a shop. My second charge is forming digital partnerships, right? That's extremely important. No bookseller can build the digital future alone. A lot of partnership is important. The ecosystem around the Nigerian books is richer than has ever been. You have publishers are experimenting with digital formats. How many of us heard of what Masobe is doing with the new Masobe app? Right, he's building on on the legacy created by the likes of Okada and Bambooks, which sadly are now arrested. But I think it's something that is worth exploring, because the reality today is that a lot of young people are being priced out of books have been priced out of their reach, and it's something that I'm not happy to see as a bookseller. 2019, when we opened our store in Wuse, I remember if you had 10,000 naira, you could buy 4, 5, 6 books. But I don't think 10,000 naira can get you a decent paperback today, right? So that's just a challenge. So it means then that we need to start thinking of digital partnerships that can help us, get books into the hands of people. So opportunities that exist with what Masobe app, and perhaps maybe there are other young people who are building, such apps that we can partner with. Identify one partner, build something together. It could be a local secondary school, offer to curate a timely reading list and supply the books, both physical or digital. It could be a literary blog or a podcast. There are lots of podcasts today, particularly speaking to history, Nigerian history, African history, that you can actually do, get into partnerships with to say whatever books they're reviewing. You can say, send them the links or get into a partnership where they're talking up your bookstore and say, we're reviewing Oil, Politics and Violence today. You can get them at so and so bookstore. Copies are available and they deliver anywhere. Those sort of partnerships are the things that are really, really important for, for our ecosystem. So in 90 days, in the next 90 days, my charge is formalize one partnership that can extend your reach beyond the physical walls, right? Think of what those partnerships would look like. I mentioned something, I think somewhere else, about something I saw in the US and I think also in the UK called bookshops.org. And it was essentially built to support independent bookstores such that they can compete with the likes of Amazon's, of this world. So what that means is that if you're on that platform and you want to buy a book and you're very what's the word I'm looking for? You're so ethically minded that you feel like Amazon is doing a great disservice to the book trade because they overly discount books and then and just the horrible things that they're also doing on the side to the book ecosystem. Some people buy on bookshop.org because it's an aggregation of stock from a lot of bookstores scattered across different parts of the UK and in the US. So perhaps it's something that maybe the association can think of creating for smaller bookstores that don't have the means to building or creating or managing their own website. Now, the last point I am going to talk about, which is something that I feel like it's a solid thing to take away, is invest in one person's digital skills, and that person could be yourself, right? A lot of people think I am that social media savvy, but I still have to depend on people that are younger than I am, rather than create content that know how to, they know the time of your day when it's really important. Sometimes I argue with my social media manager to say, you've only posted 2 things today. Like, the day is over. And she says, no, I'm waiting for 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock because that's the best time that you get the most reach, on Instagram, because they know those things better than I do and I count on them. So the most important infrastructure investment you can make is not a website. It's not a new point of sale. It's human capacity. Yours and your team. Identify the most digitally capable person in your business. It doesn't have to be you. It could be you if you're quite social media savvy. It could be a young person, a young member of staff, a youth corps member who's very savvy with the use of phones or mobile phones. And sometimes I interview these young kids and they have 3,000 followers on Instagram or TikTok, and that's massive, right? And they can build on that. There are lots of free and low cost courses on social media marketing, e-commerce, and digital entrepreneurship that are accessible on a Nigerian data plan. So if you think those things are explained, there are lots of resources available online that can help you to skill up and understand how to use digital media platforms, to scale your bookstore. Google Hustle Academy has trained thousands of Nigerian small business owners. Metal, Facebook also has a digital training program that is also available online. And in fact, if you don't want to sign up for this, YouTube is an inexhaustible classroom. The amount of things that you can learn on YouTube is just insane. Pardon my French. So the association itself has a role to play. I would urge our leadership to prioritize digital literacy workshop as a core offering for membership, right? We want to design bespoke, and they don't have to be They could be self-paced courses. There are things that we design, we put them on the website that people, members can audit at their own pace. How do you do this? How do you create a Google business page? How do you handle reviews? Those kinds of things that can help our members become more savvy and use social media to their advantage. Not optional extra for the tech savvy, but an essential skill for every bookseller who's operating today. So my charge is enroll yourself or a member of your team in a structured digital skills program before the end of this quarter. It's something that is achievable. All right, I would be closing now. So let me just leave this here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end where I began, with a sense of extraordinary purpose that sits in our hands, right? It's not enough to lament that young people are not reading or Nigerians are not reading. I think from the data points I've shown, people are actually reading stuff on their phones. They are reading stuff on PDF. Some people are listening to audiobooks, and there are people who they can't find bookstores, and the only recourse they have is reading these things on their phone. The book is one of humanity's most durable technologies, right? You can think of any other thing that we've built that has endured, that has survived up till now. It is older than the printing press, older than the internet, older than every platform that's been invented to displace it, and has instead eventually served it. The book has survived every disruption because it does something no algorithm can do. It sits with you in silence and changes who you are. Right, I don't think an algorithm can do that, right? And I'm bearing testament to that, the fact that my own life has been changed by books. My sister always says books will take you everywhere. There are places that even before I ever dreamt of venturing, I read about them in books, and it became the motivation to even travel and explore the world. Your role, the bookseller's role, or our role, is to be the bridge between that book and the readers who need them, or who need it, rather, I beg your pardon. Technology does not destroy that bridge. Rather, it gives you more ways to build it. Social media does not diminish your expertise, where, in the room, we have very range of expertise in the book selling trade. It gives you more people to share your expertise, your knowledge of books with. When people come to our stores, they are always amazed at the length and breadth of, or the range of the books that we carry. And we need more people to know that we have those books. Imagine somebody coming to a bookstore and discovers a book he's been looking around for 20, 30 years, right? Or a book that, they thought the book was out of print. But just imagine also the visibility that you can also get if you're present on social media, or you have a strengthened presence there, and more people can be reached and you can serve more people. Again, social media does not diminish your expertise. It gives you more people to share it with. Digitalization does not erase your shop. It gives your shop a window that faces the whole world. But bridges must be maintained, and that maintenance requires courage, the courage to learn what you do not know yet, to change what is no longer working, and to remain stubbornly, passionately committed to the belief that books matter, and that the people who sell them matter too. So my last word for everyone in the room: we go and build, go and learn, and go and be found. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing address and all the suggestions and charges that you have left us with. So is it possible to have your slides shared? Thank you so much. So we'll distribute that and everyone can digest it much later. So as we move into the next segment, I'll just ask that we all stand up, take a group photo, so that only the panelists will be left behind for the sessions. Please, sirs and mads, let's quickly take a group photo, and then we can move into the panel discussions. Thank you. I've just been told that there might be questions for our keynote speaker. We can take 2 to 3 questions. Please, any questions? Just 2 or 3 questions. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's take the mic to her.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a great conversation. I did like the insights that you threw with regards to data to prove the points, and then taking us through a journey, not just within Nigeria, but international as what we can pick from. Your conversations were great when it addresses adults' needs. I like the part where you mentioned, oh, incidentally, let me just introduce myself. I'm Lady Ejiro Mokoro. I'm the founder and publisher of Lightrain Media, Books and Creative Society of Nigeria. I want to look at the aspect of the fact that young people read, but we're also seeing a generation of youngsters, adolescents. There is an apathy towards reading, not just academics now. And even the academics is extremely poor when you interact with them, how they write exams. If we are to deal with this apathy and then face the reality that they also read online, and the quality of what they read online, we all know what they are. It's not about grammatically correct or well-structured storytelling as such. It's just for the pleasure and the cruise for it. How do we, or let me phrase it like this, the Nordic countries are doing something remarkable. They are consciously saying that it is true, people moved away from books. They moved away from bookshops, because you made that point. People moved away from bookshops. They left it behind. But the Nordic countries are doing something remarkable. They are, as a country, intentionally pushing back the clock. The question I have now for us is this. We know we may have lost the Gen Z generation, as it were. The Alpha generation are coming up. The 30-somethings are there on X doing God knows what, and X is monetizing whatever shenanigans for them. But I'm happy to talk about book talkers too as well, who are doing remarkable. So there's those extreme ends. How do we help the young stars? Our generation loved books. We even did book battle. How many have you read? I read this title. Can I exchange your titles with you? We don't see that here, even though we see a version of it online of, like you said, they are sharing PDFs. But that's for older stories. Now, how do we get the younger generation to close this gap, and we are more intentional as the Nordic countries are as well? Could you say or speak to that? I would love that so much.
Thank you very much. That's such a very profound one. So I'd like to say that there is it's something that countries are starting to discover, that when children are exposed to this, to the screen at a very young age, it does a lot of terrible damage to them, and I think it's something that we also, especially those of us who are young parents, how we want to wean our children off the screen. And it speaks to the point you made around Nordic countries that are making almost as a matter of state policy to share that they're not going to allow tabs in schools, and they want physical books because they feel like it has a lot of deleterious effect on attention span, and the likes. And I think there are a lot of brain science research that it does a lot of harm as well to the brain. So now, to the point around how do we make this really appealing, books appealing to the younger crowd. So I know that we need to strike a balance between the amount of time that people spend on the screen. But I think for me, the starting point would be making books even more accessible. So when we talk about the fact that young people are not reading, I feel like we also do not address the challenge around access to books in Nigeria. And that's something that we all as booksellers should. If somebody were to walk up to us today and say, I want to help the book industry, my response would be, can we invest in community libraries? Can we invest in school libraries? Yes, school libraries, community libraries. And I'm not saying I won't say e-libraries, I would say physical libraries that people can find, and get access to those books. And the reality is this, right? I know you feel you probably have a strong reaction to my point, right? When to be a child is to be naturally curious, is to be naturally inquisitive, and at such an important moment in their lives, we deny them access to materials that can feed their curiosity. So a lot of us remember that when we're growing up, we had shelves in our homes. Even if your parents were just teachers or whatnot, like my parents were, there was a bookshelf in our. Today, how many people have shelves in their room with books? So that's the starting point, right? So when we deploy these things and talk about screening, about how young people are not reading, I think we should also think about the disservice we are doing to ourselves by not even making things like school libraries, public libraries available. And so if I was a publisher today, I would invest a certain portion of my own margins to supporting community libraries. Go to IDP camps. They have a ton of time. They're not doing anything. They're just probably just sitting down. I live in Abuja and there are a lot of them scattered around, right? Can we, even when we've read the books and we no longer need them, or our children have grown past this, primary 2, primary 3 nurses, can we take those instead of destroying them and handing them over to places, to book deserts, to places where books are not available, right? And I know self-help efforts would not, can only go far. There's a lot of effort that is required from governments, in putting state resources to back in these things. But, a child who was able to find a story, to read about Peter Pan as a young child, his attention is piqued. He wants to read. I use a personal example. I have a son who has dyslexia, right? And as a bookseller, I was really worried to say, man, how will this boy start to read? And I realized that there's a lot of interest in some popular titles I also discovered from Instagram, from social media. And I started to give him those books. I would buy those books and give him. And I realized that he was looking forward to the next installment. So he would go to the bookstore and even pick and say, Daddy, can you buy me this? I'm like, no, I'm sure you finish it in 2 days and you say you want another one. And the joy and the fulfillment that I get that, despite his own challenges, he still finds something he enjoys. So I think that the challenge for us is not to talk about what is not working, but to think about ways in which you can support children. And if social media is where you find what excites them, if it's manga, if it's comic, it's a book. So don't say they should be reading Chinua Achebe at 8. If they like manga, they like comics, let them read that, right? There are a lot of people who make a lot of the fancy gizmos that we carry about. They were a huge fan of sci-fi when they were children, and that was what fed and fired their imagination. So we do a great disservice to ourselves when we bemoan these things, but we're not doing a lot to just making books available to schools. So let me round up. If you have tons of books you don't need, give them to community libraries, give them to school libraries, give them to your local libraries, right? And support them. That's what will change the narrative.
Thank you very much. Before we start quickly, I want to recognize Mr. Dare Oluwatui, outgoing chairman of the MBFT. Welcome, sir. Also, president of Nigeria Library Association, Dr. Umar. You're welcome. All right, so we'll move into the discussions now. First of all, I'll start with Mr. Olaiton. So how do you react to the keynote address and the suggestions? Then we'll take that from every other panelist. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning. Good morning once again. I can't do this without recognizing two people that are seated here. Dr. Kolade Mosuro and my Oga, Mr. Dayo Alabi. It was through them I learned what book selling is all about. The president. I guess the paper presented by the keynote speaker has been highly stimulating. The way he started it off was quite wonderful. Basically, what are we here for? We are here to face the challenges ahead. That is, leveraging technology in our book selling activities and applying social media to our trade, which was not part of what some of us met when we started. But I can say I think we couldn't have chosen a better person to give the keynote address than this gentleman here leading the Roving Heights. I think he's probably the Amazon of Nigeria, the Jeff Bezos here. So I want to congratulate you. I tell you this, he's been, apart from Sunshine in Ibadan, he's been a point of reference for me whenever anybody calls me and I'm not aware of a particular title. A lot of titles are published in this country. That's one thing. Some years ago, I remember when Mr. Adigbola was the MPA chairman, and I said, look, can we possibly have a platform here where if any book is published, I know the National Library is just collecting our books without anything to as a kind of a point of reference for us to be able to identify any book in Nigeria. I'm always happy when you ask me for a foreign title than a title published in Nigeria. So I resort to his platform, even though a lot of times what I tell people who ask me for that is, please check Roving Heights. You get it there. And some people will then wonder, is this man actually selling books? But I have my focus. So I guess the challenge really for us is to just wake up. I do a lot with Amazon. I doubt if there's a particular day I don't get onto that platform, just even with my phone, just to know exactly what is the latest in the market and so on and so forth. And if you really want to continue in business, there was something he mentioned, a particular organization earlier on that he did not specifically mention. That's Latana. Latana started this issue of book reading from COVID time, and is another way he has chosen to introduce a lot of titles to the market, even when the author did not publish the book with you or is not distributing it through you. He might sometimes come to you and then you are making some money out of it. So what I actually want to say really is that he has introduced us into a lot of things. Even though he did not, the only thing he didn't do, maybe he didn't want us to compete with him seriously. I thought he was going to tell us how he got into the Roving Heights platform, so that we also can follow. Some of us can do the same. But sincerely yours, if you want to just continue to stay in your bookshop and expecting customers to come, not much will come your way. So on that note, I want to say I've learned a lot from him, and we have so much to do on the social media using technology. I know book clubs. Oh, our dear brother is here. I see him almost all the time on our platform, talking of the issue of book clubs here and there. That was mentioned earlier on today too. I guess we need to expose people a lot more. Yes, they now use phone. That's what they use. Then we also should please just match up and let people be aware of what we do. Let me just stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Inyade, thank you so much. When you were giving your the keynote address, it just took me back to those years. And Dr. Musuro will bear me witness, sir, when we started. Sir, you remember we started Macrofiche. Macrofiche in those years were we just more like those photographers. We'll just be searching for books. We'll put, those like how do you call them now? Is it they're like Macrofiche is, those photographers of those years in the olden days. For some of us that are more of old schools, where you see the photographer would, there's a dark room, then you have the machine, then you put those things in there, then those things are tiny, then you check. And gradually we moved into book search. And Mr. Alabi will also remember Nelson Book Data, and we used to search, they will buy and be searching. Now from there it goes to Google, which is more like free of charge to everyone. Some of the things that I wrote down here is which is very vital to all of us here, especially the booksellers, is to build our digital shelves. Let us build digital shelves, because everything is changing. If you want to be in the business, if you want to move with time, you have to build your digital shelf. Then another key thing he said, which I said here yesterday at the Nigerian Publishers Collaboration, that he spoke about digital partnership. And then he also says we should invest in digital skills. So I've taken a lot from what you have said, and I know that at least I have we have children at home, and these particular Gen Zs and even those millennium, they're not patient enough, you understand, to be sitting down. But most times you just see them on their phone, and they do a lot of things on their phone. Then one of the things I'm also taking from here is that we should for the booksellers, you have to go and update. For some of us who have a social platform where we don't do anything on it, update your social platform every week and create and activate your business page, And then Mr. Olaiton also mentioned Latana, which is true. They always, every week, they come up with the book reading. So in a nutshell, there's so many things that at least many things I'm able to take from here, which to me personally in my line of business, because we can't do those conventional thing again where you sit in your office or sit at the bookshop, because in those olden days people will come around on Saturday, bring their children to come and buy all these ladyboards, bumblebees and all those things. Those things now, everything is online. Then also we also have to look at it in another form. Is that even when I ask my say, there's Uber Eats. Anytime I travel, I say, Daddy, there's Uber. Everything's about Uber right now. They will just bring your food and everything to you. So in terms of that, we also have to look at it as well. Instead of your customer is in Maiduguri, get your things online. You can buy from Maiduguri and send it to him by dispatch. So lastly, he said something which is key, and I want us to take with it. Social media does not diminish your expertise. It's giving you more people to share with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I thank our keynote speaker. He said a lot. I want to talk more about technology. I could remember about 20 years ago when I joined the booksellers. At the end of every sales, at the end of the day, we had a drawer full of cash, and then we had to take time to count the number of cash we had and checks, and this took a long time. But now, with the advent of technology, we now use a software that at the end of the day, the sales software will just tell us the number of POS we collected from each bank, the number of transfers made, and we hardly even have cash these days. And this has made life more easier for us. I also remember years back, we used to have a man go to the post office every day to collect our mails. But these days, I can't remember the last time. I don't even think the post office still exists. anymore. So I can't even remember the last time we sent anybody or even received mails from the post office. Then also, I used to remember that when there's a price change from the publishers, I have to send a man to each publisher. You go from one publisher to the other to collect the price list. But now, I just have to make a phone call and right away I'll receive it on my phone. So technology has changed a lot of things. And we all believe that this tech thing is for Gen Z. Let's remove that from our mind. We all have to, technology is for everyone. Technology has come to stay. So let's all try and embrace technology. And for social media is life. I can say social media is life now. If you don't operate under any social media as a bookseller, you'll be far behind. I could remember also some few years back when you ask Google when you just type on Google, please, and you're looking for a title, just give me the title of the book where I can find in Ibadan. There's this particular bookseller that pops up. But the funny thing, the interesting thing about this bookseller is that it doesn't have a physical location. It doesn't have a structure. What he does that when he receives orders from his customers, he'll go around booksellers and publishers to look for that particular title to service his customers. And it was very interesting to me. When he first started, I was this guy, he has really gone far. I remember a day when a man called the office and said he was looking that do we know that particular bookseller that he has paid for a particular book, and he has been trying his number but it's unreachable. So and I told him that he should not worry. That is a very, very well-known person to everybody in Ibadan, that he should not worry, that he will get his books at the right time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It's such an honor to be here yet again. We were here yesterday with the chairman man, and it's as if we had the publishers roundtable yesterday where we spoke about survivor, scale, and sustainability. And today we're doing the same thing. I want to start by thanking you so much. Your session was very insightful. It was almost as if after everything you spoke about, let's just go, because we already got enough to go and work with. So it was quite insightful. I want to add to what he said, and it got my attention because it's what I'm doing personally. When I was coming this morning, I met the chairman. He said, you are an author, you are a publisher, and a bookseller. What is remaining for you is being a printer. And I told him that I'm on the verge of becoming a printer too, but not now. We already have a lot we're dealing with. So I want to expand on what you said. Because we cannot go crying over the fact that the young people are not reading. If we even look at ourselves, even the older generation, as we're judging, how many books are you reading? How many books have you read in the past before you became of age? So the idea and what we need to do now is to inculcate the joy and the habit of reading to our own children. Just like you said, how many of us have bookshelves? Maybe if you check in the house, you have first aid box, you have drop box, like I have vitamins for the children and all of that. I have a bookshelf. And what I do to my children is that I find that nobody wants to do something on their own. So you have to make them love books by letting them know that there's value, there is reward, everything they want, it's in the book. And they will have to read it. So what we do is we have a plan where we read every day, and we discovered that wasn't working because sometimes I'm back late, the father is late, and then they wait like that. So we say, well, you know what? Read, because they have more time. Read every day, and then we discuss it during the weekend. So no matter how busy you are, you can't be telling your children or expecting the society to read when yourself is not reading. So I discovered that because of schedule, let the children read, you yourself, you can now speak. And when you tell them we're going to go over the book you've read, trust me, they'll read every page. They will understand it. They will take notes. So we have to start by reading ourselves, ensuring that those around us are reading. We need to go to libraries, like he said, share books, donate books, and make books. I currently serve also as the vice president of the network of book clubs and readers promoters of Nigeria. One of the things we're doing 2026, our main agenda is to ensure that every state has libraries, and we're already working on that. We have massive programs that are coming on, even this month in Ibadan. And so that is to say that we will not continue crying over the culture of reading, but we need to do practical things. As an individual, you can decide, get books and say, you know what, monthly or 3 times a year, I will donate books and I will champion reading culture. And I think we'll go a very long way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the reactions to the keynote address. Now, please, I would ask our panelists to please respond within 1 to 2 minutes so that we can have more time. We've been told that our time is fast spent. So this first question goes to Mr. Olaiton. How can bookstores compete with distractions from social media and entertainment platforms?
Yeah, that's a big one. But let me say this. I guess there is one thing I have noticed over time. I'm sorry, my reference point will always be Amazon. I'm sorry. In the past years, there was a time when you buy a book from Amazon and then you are sent a sample of the book to read while you are waiting for the title to come. One other thing I also observe is the fact that, look, you are looking at a book. I guess it was my Oga who taught me something some years ago, that look, when you send a title to some people and you do not put the price, they tell you, oh, what's going on? Why don't you put the price there? I was told, I think that sticked with me over the years, that you don't put the price in front, you put it at the back. And there's a reason for that. Because look, as soon as the guy sees that the book is so much, he drops it. He wouldn't want to look at it. So you leave him to create interest in the title before looking at, oh, can I afford it? But what am I actually saying? You see, maybe a lot of us, I am not an author, but I have passion for books. But one of the things I have done, I think I've read more books than I have bought from Amazon. And that is basically because, look, you get in there and then you are able to see the content pages, you are able to see what you have in there and so on and so forth. And from that, you are able to, you possibly will want to buy the book. And I have bought a lot of books personally, apart from selling. Now, you talk of the issue of distraction, trying to overcome it. That's for our customers. You see, the truth of the matter is a lot of times we do not create enough awareness for some of the titles that we have. And like particularly for those titles that are produced here, I get a lot of mail shots from publishers that I do not even have anything to do with abroad. But I don't get that from publishers here. My president is here. I hope he won't say I'm talking to the publishers again. But that is what some of us as booksellers should be doing. I'm also waiting for the time when we will start awards, either for authors or for booksellers and publishers too here. That should be a challenge for the Nigerian Book Fair Trust. I hope I'm not going away from what you asked. The question you asked was, how do we avoid distractions? Is that correct? Am I right, madam? You see, the question is, when people are aware of what is available and you create that interest in them, they definitely will look more at what you have to give to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the next question goes to Mr. Fisayo. What role should the Booksellers Association of Nigeria play in helping booksellers adapt technologically?
2 minutes. I think I don't need to say much because the keynote speakers have said it. We have to know that this particular moment, the old. Hello. Well, right now we are in the digital age, and we have to move with time. The conventional time of just sitting down and waiting for people to come and buy your books is gone forever. So we have to move with time, and then by moving with time, we have to go digital, and that's and concerning, I mean, going digital, my brother has actually said it a lot. The best thing right now, go on your social platform, put your things there, get a blogger if you can afford it, advertise your books, and then you go from there.
Thank you, sir. So the next question goes to Mrs. Comfort. So you have attended international book fairs. What global trends should Nigeria booksellers and publishers pay closer attention to?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very, very important point. As you will see mostly and very common with all the book fairs, you see trainings like or sessions like what we're having right now. And the speaker mentioned something similar about adopting training. Like the booksellers can come up with training programs that will help the booksellers that are peculiar to their own business. So they'll engage whether themselves, their staff, their representatives. We need to come up with programs and trainings and digital platforms that will help the booksellers not to do away with the bookshops, because I mean, bookstores are very important. Hard copy always remember. But any bookseller who does not or who will not embrace the evolving technology will definitely be left behind after a while. So from what we've seen globally, I would advise that every bookseller, the association also takes into cognizance. Let there be, maybe, like I said yesterday, I believe in collaboration. We might all be booksellers, book publishers and all of that, but if we work together, we'll achieve more results. So the organization, the association can look at Roving Heights, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then we all come together and like, okay, you need training in this aspect. Bring your staff. Bring these people. I mean, it's not competition, but when we work together, we'll definitely be better. So we need to, collaboration is what takes associations and groups to enviable heights. But if you want to do everything on your own, I mean, even in Abuja, he cannot sell all the books to everybody and everywhere. I'm headquartered in Abuja. I can't still do it alone. And so I believe that when we take collaborations into key cognizance, when the MD Best in Book spoke earlier, he said that's not his niche. And so everybody has particular areas that they are very comfortable in. So we must work together, bring in global standards, and ensure that we move forward together.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So our keynote speaker spoke about the charges, what we should do. This question goes to you, ma'am. What challenges do you think booksellers will face when trying to transition into digital systems? Some of them are not used to it. What do you think that they would encounter, and how can they mitigate that before they go in? I mean, we've given a charge, but how? What challenges do we foresee, and how can we mitigate them?
They should try to, their members, or get a particular, they should employ somebody that is very good in social media. This person will help a lot. For instance, when you go on Facebook these days, you will see these AI videos. Most people are now using these AI videos for adverts, and when you watch them, they are very interesting videos. And so they should try and then employ somebody that is very good in the social media handles to handle their social media handles, so that to increase their sales. Also, they should try and they should try and improve on their technology. Most booksellers, for instance, they are still using the manual type of sales. they should try and upgrade to the POS type of sales. This will assist them in a lot of ways. The world is changing, technology is changing every day. So as the world is changing in technology, we as booksellers too should also change in technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saz and Maz. We're going to close now, but I want to ask just one question from all our panelists. And we just need 1 minute for the answer, something that would stand out and everybody will remember you with. What is one technology trend the Nigerian book industry should embrace immediately, and one trend we should be cautious about? Let's start with Mrs. Comfort. Just 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Well, technology, social media, all the platforms for me right now, just like you said, I'm not personally not used to the TikTok and all of that, but people are making lots of sales. I know someone who makes a lot of millions on TikTok. For me, right now, I'll advise that let's all of us go on all the social media platforms. Facebook, Instagram is doing very well. TikTok, all of them. I'm not sure I can tell you to be cautious of anyone right now, but I think we cannot afford to be behind. Just ensure that every day, at least twice, you are posting good content, because visibility is what will make you to be discovered. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to quote from an article. In a recent article titled Bookstores and Culture, a writer, Watasi Wendy, noted, in 2020 and beyond, physical bookstores are unlikely to disappear. Instead, they continue to evolve into hybrid cultural spaces where digital capabilities and sensory experience coexist. This survival depends less on technological competition and more on their ability to cultivate meaning, discovery, and human connection in a landscape defined by speed and abstraction. So we need all to go on Facebook, on all the social media handles. We need to all go on it. It will help us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. What I can, I think you said, yeah, treating digital as extra work is not marketing. It's infrastructure now, like electricity and shelves. So we need go digital. Thank you.
I want to please just say this. You see, you will observe what some of all these entertainers do. When they want to get popular, what do? They come up with a lot of skits. Sometimes they come up with some things that are of interest, that will be of interest to you. And that's what they first use to capture your attention. The content creation, they call it. Sometimes you don't even, what they are even giving to you may even be false. I'm not saying we should go that, no, I don't always want to use routes. I'm a British, whatever, Queen's English, they call it. I still call it route, R-O-U-T-E. Route is American. They have infiltrated into whatever, but I still call it route. Forgive me. But so what I want to say is that, look, the digital platforms, whichever one you think suits your trade, please make use of it. Whatever you think will help you, do not hesitate. Look at the cost. Ensure it's something you will be able to. Sustainability should be the primary goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll come to the audience, please. Thank you so much. Let me quickly recognize Mr. Lukman Dauda, the incoming chairman of MBFT. Please, you're welcome, sir. Also, before we take remarks by the band elders, I'd love to call on our outgoing chairman of the MBFT, Mr. Dare Oluwatuyi, for his address. You're welcome, sir. Please clap for him as he comes up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the privilege to give this short remark at the closing, because we don't have a general closing ceremony. So I decided to visit every activity today to say this. Unfortunately, my president is busting my purpose already. As the activities of the 2026 Nigeria and China Book Fair draws to a close today, I want to express, can we have some silence, please? I want to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who made this edition a success. Thank you to all participants who joined us here at the Professor Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Arts, and to those who, though unable to stay till the end, contributed to the spirit of the fair. My special thanks go to our exhibitors who have been fully engaged in business networking and showcasing their works and merchandise at the exhibition hall. I trust you have had a rewarding experience, and I hope you found this venue worthy of international standard, comparable to the London Book Fair, Beijing International Book Fair, World Book Fair India, and others around the world. As we close this year's fair, I'm pleased to announce that the 2027 Nigerian International Book Fair will hold from Wednesday 12th to Friday 14th May 2027. By God's grace, may we all be alive and in good health to participate actively once again. At the opening ceremony, I mentioned that my tenure as chairman of the Nigerian Book Fair Trust will come to an end with this year's fair. The NIBF, however, lives on. To this end, I'm delighted to announce that a new chairman will take over from me at the end of this month. He is a well-known figure in the book industry, a leader who has served on the Executive Committee of the International Publishers Association, IPA, and who currently serves as the CEO of Evans Brothers Nigeria Limited and current President, Nigerian Publishers Association. He is Alhaji Lukman Dauda, CFA. Okay, sorry, FCA. My apology. I have no doubt that when he assumes office, he will receive your support and partnership as your commitment to the growth of the book industry in Nigeria. Safe travels to those departing, and may God bless you all. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The chairman also have a vice chairman. We used to have a vice chairman. I didn't know that he's present here. It's also, I shouldn't say Alhaji. Dr. Akambi, Usman Akambi. He's the president of ANA, Association of Nigerian Authors. That's our vice chairman for Fair Trust from the end of this month. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations once again, Dr. Usman. We are proud of you in Anna. So now I'll call on Dr. Kola Moshuru to speak on behalf of the band elders to give an address. You're welcome, sir. Please.
Mr. Chairman, the best address an elder can give at this particular time, given that we started late and there's another group coming after this, is to say thank you and yield so that other people can use this place. And let's just make the best of what the keynote speaker gave us. Thank you very much.
Very quickly, we'll take questions. Please let us be concise with our questions. Just 3 questions, please. 1, 2, and 3. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have a question actually. I remain Dr. Lawal Umar, the Nigeria Library Association president. I don't have a question. I really want just to make a few comments regarding the discussion. Yes, it's very interesting. I followed the panelists. Almost everybody, we have agreed on one thing, that whether we like it or not, we must speak the language of ICT, that is technology. So I am just worried because one very important element is likely missing in our discussion. As booksellers, we are business people, and we are looking out to make profit, or what we call return on investment. I'm happy the last speaker, my Ogadia, has given a cautionary word there, because technology is good, very nice, and very lovely indeed, but very expensive. So we need to be very careful. And again, there is a problem in the book industry, and that is, where are the markets? Where are the markets? Libraries are one of your markets, and there's no money to buy your books. And the parents are not buying. And I like the way the keynote speaker mentioned. One of the challenges we have, very serious one, we need to find a way to gather these parents. We are talking here from on the 12th, on the 13th, we gathered the children here. Very promising children. But their parents are not here. So they are not hearing what we are discussing. Sincerely speaking, we must find a way, collaboratively, the NLA, maybe publishers, the booksellers, we must find a way to see how we can organize a summit for these parents. Because if you want the market to be resuscitated, it has to start from the home. So I'm afraid we leave this place with the mantra of technology, and you have some millions in your coffers, you went and buy and invest in technology, and the market is not there. So it's very important. I say, let me just sound this a cautionary note, so that we will be able to go with, let's see how we can make this reading attractive, inviting, and then we can now invest hugely in technology. Thank you. God bless the book ecosystem.
Thank you, sir.
Mine is more of both a question and a remark. So, we talk about Gen Z. I think there's a disconnect between Gen Z and then the older generation, because there's usually a lot of assumption when it comes to like books, things like book reading and all. And as a Gen Z who works in the book industry, I see that there is a mindset that comes with us. Oh, you people don't read, you only read on, and from somebody who works in the book industry, I can say that Gen Z make up like about maybe 70% of the market, because I go to book fairs and I see that there's a when there are book fair where it is would I say created for just Gen Z, I see that we sell out a lot. And even the ones that don't really read, they come to see you and say, oh, I've seen this book on TikTok. What do you think? Should I get it? Should I not get it? But the older generation, they come and say, oh, this book, they'll talk to you for like 30 minutes and they don't pick one book. But I'm so sorry. Yeah. They will tell you the things that they have read and you know what, but they don't really, or maybe when they do, they just say, oh, the price is too much, and then they move. But and I want to say that when we say, oh, technology, we need to imbibe in these things that TikTok, we are very technology savvy, and then this is advice that everybody needs to imbibe that. But how do we also connect with Gen Z? How do you say, oh, you want to start doing these things that Gen Z already are doing, and then also say, oh, they don't do this, they don't do that, without connecting? How does the Gen Z and the connect? Yeah, because you can't sit on your iOS, I'm so sorry, and say, oh, we don't do this, we don't do that, when you're not connecting with us, but also want to take things that we already are doing. And also, how do you, I don't want to use the word groom because that's always very negative, but how do you, say, oh, you have been doing this for 20 years, 30 years, but I'm very sure you are not picking a capable Gen Z and saying, I want to also teach them and learn from them. We all, oh, because this is what we've been doing, this is what is working, you know, this is how we do it. And mind you, we need to also teach the younger ones and take them and mentor them, so that the world is moving, and then we need people that are already in that world so how do we like connect in the old school and Gen Z together? That's basically my question.
Okay. All right. So the question of how do we um, uh, connect, young people who are interested in the book trade or interested in reading with the older generation who've have decades of experience under their belt in the book trade, and how they can have this intergenerational knowledge transfer amongst themselves. I think it starts with an admission that the world is changing, and a lot of history is also very, very important. So when young people are happy that, oh, we're selling 30,000 copies of a book, and then the older booksellers and say the time was when we sell 40,000 copies of books. So, so we should not get overly excited about this thing. So I think the starting point is, BAN, for instance, can help to do a mentoring programs for younger booksellers, where you can have a lot of knowledge sharing. And I see a lot of young people who are coming into the book trade. A lot of them come in, and I mean, not to sound like as if I'm experienced myself, but sometimes I ask younger booksellers, where do you buy your books? Tell me, I say, oh, by the way, you should not buy it. Why don't you talk directly to the publishers? They don't even know who the publishers are, so they are buying from a third party, and they're getting like very, very minuscule discounts when they can actually get by talking to. So there's a lot of knowledge transfer sometimes around how do you ship your books. Okay, if they've seen several circles of boom and bust, and they can say, okay, this is how we manage FX fluctuation, this is how we manage this. So I think BAN is in a good place to help foster that intergenerational knowledge sharing that is important. And there's a lot the older generation can also learn, to the point that Sheila was making earlier on, from the younger, because there's a understanding what drives buying decision today, I think, is at the heart of whether the book trade will survive or not, right? So what drives what people buy? I've seen a book in traffic, it's registered in the mind of the person, and someday they come to the bookstore like, oh, I saw that book in traffic, it looks interesting, and he picks it. Or somebody's raving and talking about it on social media, or would radio work? Will TV work? Have those things been tested before in the past? And so I think young people can say, oh no, this would not work. I've seen publishers who would put out books, and then the covers are looking really hideous. But in some cases, just by tweaking the covers and using some specific colors, they become attractive to the younger crowd. So that's something that I think publishers and booksellers can also learn from a younger generation in terms of what drives their buying decision, what are the things that appeal to them. There's a lot of interest in Nigerian romance of late, Nigerian stories and romance, and I'm sure if you've been seeing books that nearly all the men in Lagos are mad, and that has spawned several other copycat versions. So people are interested in those kinds of stories, and there's a reason why they are. Around using pop culture, using social media, and that's something that drives, what people are interested in.
Thank you so much, sir. So quickly, please, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike, the Reformers Publishing House. I want to appreciate the keynote speaker. He said reading has not died in Nigeria. And I want to say also that what listening to today, what we had today, must not die here. I'm not sure if there are platforms, but I want to ask if there could be platform so that we have a sense of responsibility and accountability. What we have listened today must not die here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll give that to our president to respond to.
I'm still morning. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon already. Okay. My name is Uche Anioke. I used to serve as president of Nigerian Publishers Association, and currently I'm on the board of the International Publishers Association based in Geneva. I just want to contribute to one speaker who talked about our parents. I've been here since the fair began, and I've attended several fairs. And each time we lay the emphasis of the kids coming along, and the kids will come, their purchasing power is small. Maybe the parents give them 200, 500, 1,000 to buy one book, and that is it. I had the privilege of being in Beijing International Book Fair with him, herself, and others. If you like, when we are done, go and Google the attendance Beijing International Book Fair, either 2025 or 2024. You'll be amazed at the attendance. But one thing we saw families. I'm not talking families, father, mother, children attend the fair from 1,000 kilometers to Beijing. There's one particular, that man that he came with the family. The wife was carrying the child, a very small child. At the time, the woman got tired, and the father took the child and sat on a chair and slept and was clutching to the child. I took that picture. It's an iconic picture to allow the wife and the children to go around. What am I saying? How many booksellers are exhibiting, Mr. President? The hall is silent. If you know your number, our number, how many of us are exhibiting? How many of us exhibit? From the north, from the south, from the east? Perhaps we may have an Ibadan Lagos exhibitors. We have a lot of work to do. Thank God that yesterday we decided to thank Dare for the job he has done and giving a load to Dauda and Akombi. Please, wherever you are, let's make this work. We go to London, we go to Frankfurt, you go to wherever you go. It's not just school children. The parents must come with their children. How do we do that? That is the question. That is the task I'm leaving for booksellers, publishers, authors, and the rest of us. Because it's only a mother that could see 1, 2, 3 books and want to buy more than one. Only a mother, or a father. But a child from school comes with a specific amount in his or her pocket. And once he's exhausted. So we have a lot to do. But let us ensure that next year that our booksellers attend the fair and the publishers attend the fair. We've given a charge to Akombi. We want to see more authors. I want to see more authors attend the fair. And that way, I think we'll make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So now I'll call on the band General Secretary, Mr. Abdul Johnson, for the vote of thanks. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Not to waste more time, it is my honor to give the vote of thanks to round off this learning intervention program. But before I do that, I would just like to mention just one person. Not that the others are not important. but just to save time. And that person is our foremost and frontline elder in the book industry, Dr. Kolade Mosuro. All the other elders in the book industry, the publishers, the authors, the booksellers are appreciated and well respected. I appreciate the organizers of this event for putting it together. And I appreciate our chairman also, Mr. Adayo Alabi, for honoring the invitation to share the event. And also appreciate the audience for your time, for your rapt attention to listen to the various speakers, from the keynote speaker to the panelists. And also appreciate those that have been working behind the schedule, behind the scene since last year to make this event a success. The training committee of BAN and our chairman, Mr. Maman, I appreciate you. To round it off, I thank everyone. God bless you in Jesus' name. Thank you.
All right, time for photographs, please. All right, please, Ban Exco, elders. Please, let's all come together. Thank you, everyone.
Please, for your information, the award dinner has been shifted or was shifted. It held yesterday afternoon. So there's no award dinner today. The award was held yesterday. No award dinner today.
Please, if you are for the Librarians Day, could you come forward? It will be starting in the next 2 minutes. Librarians Day 2026 of the Nigerian Library Association. Please, if you are for that program, kindly move forward. We are starting in less than 2 minutes. Thank you. We have about a minute before the Librarians Day starts. So if you are for this program, kindly be seated forward. If you're not, please kindly help us clear the hall. Thank you very much.
Sometimes it takes so long before we get a reply. Okay, so you have a so you can just do it there. Just give it like 5 seconds.
Then I wanted to ask you, you're talking about Amazon. You could just sell online and offline, that is in the stores too and on Amazon.
No, no, sorry, I have a website.
Okay, okay. All right.
Our program starts now, please. Librarians Day 2026 starts now. Please, we need the hall cleared, so we have to start now. Thank you. Librarians Day 2026 starts now, please. Sorry, ma'am. Librarians Day 2026 starts. You can sit outside.
Wait a second, ma'am.
I don't know. Okay.
If you are here for today's program, please, can you please come forward, please? Move forward. Hello, let's all be seated, please. Let's all be seated. If you are for this section, please move forward, please.
Please, librarians, move forward. Help us clear the stage.
Yeah, for the librarians.
Okay, our program starts now. Thank you. Let's be seated. Our program starts now. Please, let's be seated. Liberians, our program starts now. So we are starting with the national prayer, the national second stanza of the national anthem. Please, can we respect that? We are about to take our national prayer, the second stanza of the national anthem. We would like everyone to be seated if you're here for the program. Thank you. Please, we'd like you to fill the seats in front. If there's an empty seat in front of you, kindly fill the seats in front. Please, let's come forward. Liberians, why are you afraid of the front seat? Please, let's come forward. You can come forward. Liberians, please come forward. Thank you. Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So, to start our program this morning, we are taking our national prayer, which is the second stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. So I would like every Liberian to kindly stand up to respect our national anthem. Kindly play us the second stanza of the Nigerian national anthem, which is our national prayer. The second stanza of the new national anthem, or the old new. You know that can be very confusing. The old new. Somebody said it's old new. Renewed. Let's not add the rest. Renewed national anthem. Okay, revised. These are Liberians. Revised edition. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. We have given the renewed national anthem, and the wording says, "O God of all creation." Who can complete it? I want to do small quiz. Okay, let's go on. Because some people, when they are singing it, they were not born. And now they are singing it again. We don't know. whether they remember. They were not in school, so there was nobody to force them to learn. You know, when we were in school, they used to force us to learn it. And so some people do not know the national anthem. The Lord will continue to direct the affairs of Nigeria and NLA. You're all welcome to the Liberians Day 2026. Welcome, everyone. Clap for me. If you don't want to clap for yourself, at least clap for me. Or else I'll give you this mic now. If you don't clap again, I did not receive that one. I'm seeing everybody that is not clapping. You come and collect the mic. You're welcome. And thank you for coming, Liberians. I want to do a small quiz. Let me know the area we are all coming from. So I can see, I will start. They say charity begins at home. You know, we will still welcome our daddies in the house. So he's just relaxing and observing. But before we greet him properly, I want to see the mix that we have in the house. So I will start. Charity begins at home, so you cannot be angry. So if you're here, all my people from the University of Lagos, please just wave now. Wave, wave, wave. Let them see that you're here. I can see my people from Yaba College of Technology. Please wave, wave. Okay now. I can see from LASU here. If you are from LASU, wave, wave, wave. We can see you are well represented. Niles is here. I can see some other people. Let me not call too many names. You're all very welcome. Okay, before we welcome our president, we would like all heads of library, if you're here, this role is for you. If you're a head of library, please kindly come and be seated on this role, please. If you are a head of library and you're not seated here, or you are representing a head of library, we may not know that you're here. So please, if you're a head of library or representing a head of library, from here forward is your seat. Please kindly be properly seated. We are giving honor to whom honor is due. I am seeing some head of library that are not coming. If you are a head of library and you are not seated here, please. Thank you, ma'am. Head of library, kindly be seated this way. Okay, thank you very much. PRO, where are you, sir? We are going to do a little work. So you are going to take the mic to the heads of library. They are introducing themselves and the library they represent.
Good afternoon, my fellow librarians. I am Dr. Ariba Tishe from Nigerian Army School of Finance and Administration Library. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, fellow librarians. My name is Hidoka Ikechukwu Prince from Akon Library. That's Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, the head of library.
You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, dear librarians. I'm Marie B. Dirisu, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Library. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, librarians. My name is Obianu Jo Onora, National Library of Nigeria, Lagos.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Professor Ulocha Anyog, Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies.
You're welcome.
My name is Mrs. Aisha Askira, Chairperson, NLA, Lagos State Chapter. Head of Library, Nimasa Library.
No, we want to. You are already. I can crown you today.
Okay.
I can make you like. I can give you that.
Chris Okike, Investor of Lagos.
Thank you very much. And so that we'll not waste time, we will want to welcome some people to the high table. First and foremost, I will want to give my chairperson this mic to welcome this person because I do not think I have the power to welcome the president. Okay, my chairperson has given me the permission to go ahead. Okay, so to welcome to the high table and to welcome to Lagos. So you are going to have to show him that we are Lagos Liberian. To welcome to Lagos, the president of the Nigerian Library Association. Kindly welcome with me, Dr. Umar Lawal. Please give him a thunderous round of applause. You're welcome, sir. Of course, we are welcoming the mommy of Lagos. We are welcoming to the high table the NLA chairperson, Lagos chapter, Hajia Aisha Askira. You're welcome. Of course, you'll still hear more about this person, but she's our speaker for today. And I'm honored to welcome to Lagos and to Liberians Day 2026, Professor Onifade. You're welcome, ma. And also, we will be welcoming to the high table, Professor Christopher Okiki. He is the University Librarian, University of Lagos. Also, all the way also from Unilag, okay, we are also welcoming to the high table Professor Ulocha from NIALS, University of Lagos. So we have already welcomed our heads of libraries, and the last person, that, not the least by any means, that will be putting on the high table has always been open arms for us in NLA Lagos. I call her the mommy of NLA Lagos and the custodian of librarians. She is the deputy librarian, the head of library of National Library Lagos. Please welcome with me, Mrs. Honora. Please be seated. Okay, and then we want to specially welcome to today's Librarians Day, Chief Uchenna. I hope I'm correct pronouncing the name properly. Anosike, Anioke, and he's a member of the executive committee of the International Publishers Association. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining Liberians, and thank you for partnering with Liberians. You're all welcome again to the Liberians Day 2026. And then I'm going to be giving the mic to my chairperson to introduce and welcome our national president.
Good afternoon, my distinguished librarians of Lagos State and all over the nation. I want to say a big welcome to you. You're welcome to the International Book Fair, where we have our Librarians Annual Day, Librarians Day today. you're almost welcome. I want to welcome our national president. As you're here, you are coming to see our national president, and you can have a one-on-one talk with him. He is here to present to us the welcome address for all the national librarians, because we are all here all over the nation. I don't think it's only Lagos State librarians that we have here. I think we have some from other states that are here for the book fair. So I want to say all of you should sit down, relax and enjoy yourself as the program continues. So let me give the mic to our national president, Dr. Omar Lawan. So have a clap for him, please. Thank you.
Can I use it? Great librarians, thank you very much. I want to wake you from this very cold room, because actually the room is fantastically cold. It's not too much. Okay, I'm a visitor. I would always like to introduce myself, particularly when I am at home, because this is a family meeting. Whether you are a practicing librarian, or you are a publisher, or you are a bookseller, or you are a printer, as far as I'm concerned, we are partners in this book ecosystem. And we are all equal. So I remain yours in service, the newest president. I still call myself the newest president. And for the record, some of our members might not know, I am the 23rd president of the Nigerian Library Association. So you can see the connection. And I'm here standing today at the 25th Nigeria International Book Fair. Incidentally, our incoming president yesterday told us that he is the 25th president being elected at the 25th International Book Fair. Just very close. And he also reminded me that I am his 1-year junior. So I'm happy about that. So before I go into my short address, let me say that this is good afternoon to all of you. And I'm happy to be here in Lagos. We have plenty of things that we are doing, but I made it a duty, a compulsory responsibility, not to miss this very important conversation. For those of you that are following us, in the past 7 or 8 months of our administration, we have not been sitting, we have been moving. We have promised to see that we have changed the narratives behind the perspective of our people internally and the generality of our people of who librarians are. So recently, last week, we were privileged to be invited by the Honorable Minister of State of Education, Professor Suwaiba Saad, and we had a very wonderful discussion with her. Similarly, you also saw that we were at the National Assembly Library. Equally, we are trying to advocate, see how we can enter these big men. Because nothing can be, you can't do nothing without these big men. So, and so many things we are doing, you are following, and with your support, I assure you that we are not going to let you down. We have decided to continually use technology. We have a very wonderful public relations officer who is up and doing. As I speak here, I want to assure you that in the next few hours, the Lagos news will be all over the spaces. So I just want to appeal to you before I read my speech to please renew your vigor. We're in a new movement, and like I always say, in our new movement, there is nobody is allowed to sit on the fence. And again, no neutrality. There's no concept of neutrality. You can't say you are not with us. And the moment you take that side, we are going to label you an internal enemy. And sure, I want to assure you, nobody can stand the NLA strength. We can fight, we can do anything, but we are not going there. We are appealing to all our members, please change your attitude towards our chapters. Our chapters are struggling all over the country. We are happy Lagos is one of our strongest chapters in Nigeria. Please, can we clap for Lagos? So it's very important I put that record straight. And please, members, we will continue to engage with you and we will continue to represent you. So permit me now to go into my short address. Distinguished my colleague here, my Oga, member of the Trust Fund, I want to thank you for being here. My Oga, thank you for joining Liberians. Before you enter, I made a statement that between the two of us, there is no boundary. None can exist or succeed without the other. Our distinguished speaker for today, Professor, permit me to shorten it to say Onifade. She is one of our veterans. Once upon a time, we were together at ULNU when I was the university librarian. And she's still a university librarian. So please, thank you for coming. And then let me acknowledge my chairperson, who is my host, Hajia Aisha Askira, my university librarian, and then my NL, you know, she's representing the Iron Lady here. So I'll call you NL. All members of the high table, our distinguished participants, members of the press. We don't have children today. Do you have parents here? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure in my capacity as your 23rd president to welcome you all today to this day, Liberians Day event at the 25th Nigerian International Book Fair, which is themed Out of School Children, Libraries as a Gateway to Opportunities. This theme is indeed very timely and without a doubt, deeply significant, particularly in the life and times of this country. You believe with me, Nigeria is in a very serious crisis situation, particularly with this out of school children. But before we go deep, permit me to warmly congratulate the vehicle that gives us the opportunity to stand here. That is the Nigerian International Book Fair Trust. On the remarkable milestone of their 25th anniversary. You agree with me, 25th years of sustaining a culture of reading, intellectual exchange, publishing development, and knowledge dissemination in Nigeria is no small achievement. And this Silver Jubilee is a reflection to the trust, resilience, vision, commitment, and the enduring belief that books remain powerful instrument for national transformation. So on behalf of the NLA, we have 2 board members here. Please accept our congratulations. I also wish to appreciate our partners. I said it earlier, the book vendors, the publishers, the printers, the authors, educators, and all stakeholders whose collective effort continue to sustain the knowledge ecosystem. And I want to make a statement here. Without publishers, there will be no books to preserve knowledge. And without printers, ideas will remain unseen. And without booksellers, books will not reach the hands of readers. And without authors, there will be no stories, no research, and no intellectual heritage to transmit. Therefore, librarians proudly stand with all of you as partners in building a very informed, educated, and enlightened society. Again, let me take a moment to, on behalf of the National Council, to acknowledge the unrelenting commitment, dedication, and sacrifices of the leadership and membership of the Nigerian Library Association Lagos State Chapter for their consistent coordination, planning, and successful organization of the Librarians' Day celebration year after year. The Lagos State Chapter has continued to demonstrate exceptional professionalism, teamwork, and passion in ensuring that librarians remain visible and actively engaged, represented within the Nigerian International Book Fair. So this is very, very important. We appreciate you. We salute you. Similarly, permit me also to acknowledge our distinguished guest speaker, Professor F.N. Onifade, for graciously, she's a busy professor, but she has accepted because of her passion. She is currently our president. Is it president, or what do you call your title? Chairperson of Aulin. Ogasa. You know, I'm trying before I leave office to create Amlin. Ogasa. Aulin is Association of Women Librarians in Nigeria. They are very wonderful section. I enjoy working with them when I was the Kaduna State Chapter chairperson. You can't even compete. Men can't even dare go close. But I'm trying to see if I can do that. So thank you very much, Professor Onifade, for having so many. This is not cap. What do you put it? How do you call it? Gele. So despite our demanding office work, you accepted to be here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to give another lecture because we are all teachers. We can continue to talk here till we are. So at this juncture, I want to make also another statement. The challenge of out-of-school children in Nigeria is one of the greatest social and educational concerns of our time. I know the keynote speaker will mention so many things about that, but we should note that millions of children are currently deprived of access to formal education due to poverty, insecurity, displacement, child labor, social inequality, and of course, something that was missing conspicuously in our discussion 2 days ago is ignorance. Ignorance is one of the major players in why many of our children, particularly in the far, far north, they are doing almajiri, whatever they call it. So therefore, a library can become the first classroom for a child who has never attended school. It can provide access to reading material, digital literacy training, mentorship, storytelling, mention them. And through mobile libraries, community outreach services, digital learning platform, and partnership with schools and NGOs, libraries can reconnect those vulnerable children and take them out of school and on the street. Therefore, as librarians, we have a moral and professional responsibility. I want you to listen. We have a moral and professional responsibility to rise to this national challenge. We must advocate for stronger investment in school and public libraries. Let me pause. When we engage the Minister of State for Education, excuse me, sir? Hello? One of the concerns we raised to the Minister of State that we have a national policy on education. And in that policy, it was categorically stated that no primary, no pre-primary, no secondary education without school library. Now we ask, how can we enforce this? In fact, we move ahead to say, Madam Minister, we can collaboratively propose a bill that will make establishment of school library compulsory. Just like we have university library as compulsory, college library as compulsory. Yes, she agreed with us. But do you know what she said? She said, you know, it's easier for us to take this route, pass the law, or whatever policy, but we should remember education is on concurrent list. I will say it here. When it comes to matters of development, human capital development, our government will list. Of course, you know I can't speak to her that one. But as academics, we can always tinker with it. You see, concurrent list, yes, but they can bring all the governors in one room. Because they have been bringing governors in one room to discuss other matters that benefit them. So, school libraries is our responsibility. So let me round up. As we celebrate Librarians Day today, let us renew our collective commitment to building a reading nation where every child has the opportunity to learn, dream, and succeed. Let us continue to strengthen the partnership among all stakeholders in the book ecosystem so that together we can transform lives through knowledge. Once again, I'm happy the two of us are now back because I don't want to go to that room. Yes, because in conclusion, I will thank them so they will hear it. I've already sent a message through my Oga here to tell you that we appreciate you. So once again, I congratulate the Nigeria International Book Fair Trust on this historic 25th anniversary celebration. I appreciate all our partners in the book ecosystem for all the collaborations, and may this fair continue to grow from strength to strength and remain a beacon of literacy, culture, and national development in Nigeria. May I use this opportunity as well to invite you all to our 64th National Conference and Annual General Meeting coming up in Mina, Niger State from 12 to 17 July 2026. So I'm looking forward to receiving all of you. Mina is going to be memorable. Mina is going to be pleasant. Yes, there are some fears about insecurities. Yes, no, that is the truth. But I can tell you, please give me 1 minute, I will round up. I have to market my conference. Okay, I have to promote it. Yes, it's my duty to promote. And I'm going to, no, I'm going to be straightforward. If you are coming from the south, here, Lagos now, somebody who is coming far north to Mina is more in danger than you. Because Abuja to Mina is safe. That route is safe. But somebody who is coming from Kebi to enter Niger, he will pray in the mosque or in the church for all 24 hours. Yes, I'm telling the truth. You fly into Abuja, you are safe. But if your road from Abuja, from Lagos to Abuja is your problem, then insecurity is all over the places. But please, you can pray. God is in charge. We are here and we will do that conference successfully by the grace of God. On this note, I say thank you, Lagos, thank you, my Ogas, Nigerian International Book Fair. May God bless all of us, bless the fair, bless NLA, bless our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful address, sir. Thank you very much. Please permit me to recognize one of the pioneer, the founder of this event we are celebrating today, in the person of Mr. Dayo Alabi, the MD of Capital Books. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Also, let me also recognize our immediate past chairman of Nigerian Liberation Lagos chapter, Dr. Taiwo Ajayi. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Also, I would like to recognize the member of Nigerian Liberation Lagos chapter. I think they're all here. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. So also, the head of libraries and the library staff from different institutions, Lagos State and other states, you are all welcome to this program. Also, all stakeholders. I can see new faces here. I don't know if they're also a bookseller also. You are all welcome to this program. So I also want to recognize one of our biggest here, Mr. Dari Oluwatui, MD CSS Book Limited. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. So next to our program is the keynote session. I will hand over to Mrs. Hopper. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we are going into business, talking about the theme for this year's book fair is talking about closing the gap on Nigeria's out of school children. It's a challenge, and I believe that we have someone who will do justice. And so I would respectfully like to call on our guest speaker while I read her citation to kindly stand up. While I read the citation of Professor Feintola Nike Onifade. Please, thank you. Professor Feintola Nike Onifade is the current university librarian of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State, Nigeria. She was formerly the university librarian at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, also in Ogun State. Professor Onifade holds a BA in philosophy from the prestigious, if I must add, from the prestigious University of Lagos. And then she has a master's and doctoral degree in library and information studies from the University of Ibadan. In 2009, she became an associate of the Montessori Center for International Library Program at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, USA. Professor Onifade is a dynamic and digitally proficient librarian who has made significant contribution to the profession, both at the local and international level. She served as treasurer of the Nigerian Library Association Ogun State chapters for 2 tenures. That's 2022 to 2026, 2002 rather, 2006, then 2010 to 2014. She initiated a sister libraries partnership between Nimbe Adedipe Library, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the Valley Libraries, Oregon State University, Corvallis, USA. Between 2015 to 2020, where the two libraries shared their expertise and collaborated to improve library services. Professor Nifade is currently the chairperson, as we already heard, of the Association of Women Librarians in Nigeria, AULIN, and she also serves as the chief editor of its official journal, which is Jaulin. She is also a member of the editorial board of the Gateway Library Journal. I believe that's the NLA Ogun State Journal. Then Professor Nifade belongs to many professional bodies, amongst which are the Nigerian Library Association, the American Library Association, International Federation of Library and Information Association, that's IFLA, Association of Women Librarians in Nigeria, AULIN, the Association for Information Science and Technology, Assistant-T, Africa, that's the Africa chapter, Information Association for Social Science, Information Services, and Technology. Professor Nifade is an active member of the IFLA Digital Humanities, Digital Scholarship Special Interest Group. She has also served as a volunteer on more than 2 occasions during IFLA conferences. Professor Nifade has won some grants, among which are the Angela Bereskovik Grant for IFLA Information Future Summit, Netherlands 2024. FUNAB Institutional Based Research Grant 2021, that's a TED Fund program. The International Association of Scientific and Technological University Libraries Annual Conference Travel Grant, Cape Town 2013. TED Fund Grant 2013 of the 14th Annual Association, 14th Annual International Association of Agricultural Information Specialists World Congress in Ithaca, New York, USA. That was in July 2013. Professor Nifade has authored numerous scholarly articles in both national and international journals, reflecting her expertise in librarianship and information services. As a researcher, her area of focus includes library knowledge management, digital humanities scholarship, open data research management, information literacy, and emergent technology. She recently received the Best Paper Presenter Award at the ICIST African Regional Workshop, Ghana in 2025. I expect to be hearing rounds of applause. Professor Nifade is widely traveled and has participated in global conferences on library and information science. Her commitment to professional development is evident in the many training sessions and workshops she has organized to enhance staff capacity. She is also a dedicated mentor, having guided numerous junior colleagues, many of whom are now serving as university librarians themselves. Her long-term, yes, please do clap. Thank you. Her long-term vision is to ensure that researchers and users have seamless access to timely and relevant information. So today, at the Librarians Day 2026, I present for our talk today, Professor Feintola Nike Nifade.
distinguished chairman, our cherished guest, the high table. I'm sorry, I'm not a protocol person, but you will accept it as I will do it. Our esteemed friends and my colleagues, I'm really, really glad and honored to have been invited to speak on this subject. My chairman has already opened the way for us to talk on it. He has mentioned some of the things that are in the paper, but still, we will still have to talk on it. And the subject, he has also mentioned that is a subject that really, really resonates with every concerned citizen in Nigeria at this critical time. And the topic we are dealing with today is out of school children, library as a gateway to opportunities. And I believe that we might not finish talking about it here, but the little that we will do, it will illuminate the matter at hand, and it will foster meaningful dialogue with the authority. It's so sad that they are not here now, but I can be sure that at least we will see some of the agents of governments, even if they are not librarians, they are not booksellers, they are not author, but we will see somebody from the Ministry of Education. They are also stakeholders, so that we will continue to dialogue with them to pave the way for constructive progress in our country. I therefore remain sincerely grateful for this invitation. In fact, I'm really, really glad that we are taking this topic and we are doing justice to it. Then the lecture. Education is generally regarded as one of the powerful tools for personal development and societal growth. Please, can we have this slide? Okay. Okay. Okay, I can use this. Okay. No. It's okay. No. So, like as I'm saying, I'm talking about education because it all starts with education. I said it's a powerful tool for personal development and societal goal. It transforms lives and prepare people for life experiences. If you are educated, you know that you will be well cultured. You will not be able. They will not be able to push you up and down. So you are prepared for what you are supposed to see in life, and education equip individual with essential skill, knowledge, and critical thinking abilities. Don't worry, my chairman, they will still see it. Okay. A country that desires to grow economically and for national growth will not joke with education, because if they did not provide for the education for their citizens, we will still have to contend with it, because education remains the most reliable pathway to social relevance and constructive living. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4 even stated that we must ensure that there is inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. And also, many people have also talked about this. According to Oyekon, Ayoride, and Adenuga, they saw that education is the fundamental human right that should be accessible to all. Despite this, millions of children around the world are out of school, and that is why we are talking about it. And Nigeria is said to have the second largest number of out-of-school children in the world, which is estimated at 10.2 million. That is in 2023. and I'm sure that the number will have increased by now. And with a population of 220 million. This is an unfortunate and sad situation. We can imagine millions of children. We are not talking of adults. There are still some adults that are out of school, but we are concerned about children. Millions of children out of school. It's really, really a concern to us. Every child deserves the gift of quality education because it is the key that unlock their dreams and empower them to reach their highest potential in life. So this is the available statistics that I have projected up. You can see that, and this statistics is from UNICEF 2022. 10.2 million are at the primary school level. 8.1 million are at the junior secondary school level. That is children out of school. And we have 2.4 million that never attended school. They have never gone to school at all. So 15, that is supposed to be 15. 15% of the global number of out of school children are in Nigeria. Can you imagine? 15% of all the global number are in Nigeria. So this call for serious concern, and we cannot ignore it. So the most important thing for us now is to see how to reduce this number. If anybody is not, if people are not talking about it, it concerns us as Liberians. Like my president has said, he said we have the moral and the professional responsibility. And that is why we are talking about this. So who are these out of school children? Who are they? Sorry, I can't control this thing very well. So who are these out of school children? In describing the out of school children, somebody, Farouk, Yaya, and Yaya 2024, pointed out that they are school-age children that are supposed to be in school, but they are not in school due to parental and governmental failures to provide essential quality education for them. You see, it is not their fault, but they don't have access to quality education. And the United Nations also defined the out-of-school children as children who are yet to be enrolled in any formal education, excluding pre-primary education. But I would rather take a definition by Ojelade, Ayedun, and Aragbeshola in 2029. They define the out-of-school children as children, the young children in the age group of 1 to 12 years that are roaming the streets without access to functional educational system. So these children that does not have functional education, they don't have access to functional educational system. Some of them will have even been enrolled before, but they are no more. They are out of school because of one thing or the other. So that is why I'm taking that definition of the out of school children. I said they are children, young children in the age group of 1 to 12 years that are roaming the streets without access to a functional education. And according to UNICEF 2022, they also have another statistic that 1 out of 3 children in Nigeria are out of school. Why 10.2 million are at the primary level, like I have pointed out. And the statistics further reveal that 15%, like I have said, they are out of school in Nigeria. These children are all around us. They are all over the country. And this alarming reality therefore demands urgent attention and immediate solution. It is not that the federal government has not taken any action concerning it before. There have been a lot of action that have been taken, For example, the federal government of Nigeria has come up with a Universal Basic Education Act of 2004. And there is National Policy of Education also, which is reversed in 2013. Recently, there is also Educational Sector Analysis in 2023. But rather, to curb this problem, it seems that the number is escalating daily. Now, what is the way forward? What can we do? How do we reduce this? It should be noted that out-of-school children also have dreams. Many of them are talented. They are hopeful. They want to go to school, but they do not have opportunity. They are deprived of literacy. They are denied acquisition of special skill and excluded from the opportunity to make meaningful contribution to their society. Like I said, that is why I started with education, because they are not exposed to education, so they cannot have access to any of this one. A lot of factors are responsible for this, which include poverty, child labor, early marriage, and other social challenges. But today, we are not concerned about the causes. We are rather concerned about the solution, and that is why we are here. So, why are we bothered? Why are we concerned about this issue? We are bothered because every child out of school is a threat to the nation. If they are not educated, what would they do? They won't be useful to themselves. They won't be useful to us as a nation. They won't be useful to their family. They constitute a threat. It is often said that if a country neglects the education of its youth, it compromises its future. And also in Yoruba land, where I come from, there is this saying that said, "Ọmọ tá ò kọ́, òun ló máa gbé ilé ta kọ́tà," which means that if we don't build our children and invest in their education, later on, they will come and sell those houses that we are invested in. And out-of-school children are vulnerable to crime, violence, exploitation, and abuse. Its consequences might appear simple, but it is devastating because it leads back to the cycle of poverty, unemployment, and exclusion. In fact, yesterday where I stay in Ikeja, when I look at the back of the window, I can see a slum where children were just playing. I was wondering why are they not going to school? Children that should be in school, that should be learning, but they are there. What are they doing? They were scavenging. So they are all around us. They are not, it's not something that is strange, so we should be concerned about it. Another thing is that when children are denied access to education, the country loses a vast reservoir of talent and potential contribution to society. Like I said, many of them are talented, and their talents are being wasted because they don't have opportunity to use them. They are not open for them to constructively use their talents. And we are also concerned because it violates children's rights. We have children's rights. These children are robbed of the right to read. They are stripped of the skill to thrive and shut out of the chance to shape the future of their community. And this is not because they lack the will to learn, but because circumstances lock them out. And it calls for urgent solution. We need to look for ways to reduce the crisis at hand. My president has already said it, that it's a serious crisis. So we need to look for a way to reduce it. And how can we do this? Despite all that have been done by the government, I've said that many programs have been run out by the federal government of Nigeria to cater for those people there, but despite that, there is no solution. So, distinguished colleagues and friends, this is where the library can come in to help. I've laid the foundation, we have seen the problem. So, the solution lies in our hands. The solution lies within us, and the solution lies with the librarians. Libraries are often overlooked and taken for granted, but they are powerful tools that can minimize the challenge of out-of-school children. Every child deserves to learn, to read, to write. School may be close to some, but library can open doors of opportunity for them. That is where we are here. But before we see library as a gateway, we can also begin to think of how we will impact those that are near to us. We might not be in the public library, but we will have to do something. Where a country has a strong educational ecosystem, library will function as extension of educational system and enhance lifelong learning. According to ESE and Nwosu 2021, libraries are the most democratically available educational infrastructure in any society. They could support learners at any level and at any stage. You know, it is not a straight classroom basis. Anybody can come to the library at any time and we will accept them because the library doors are always open. We always welcome people. So the importance of library in helping to minimize this out of school children cannot be overemphasized. Libraries serve as an indispensable pillar of educational continuity. Yes, their capacity remain underutilized. We pool resources together, we consolidate it, foster collective access, and ensure that the entire community benefit equitably. Likewise, these out-of-school children, we can begin to think about them and create program and let them come to the library. You know, all those Hausa girls, you know, small Hausa girls, once you invite them, they will keep coming. They might not come to read, but we can show educational videos to them. And by then, we can win their hearts. Library can also serve as community digital access points by providing shared computers, reliable internet, and basic digital literacy support. Library therefore remove barrier. You know, we act as a leveler. We remove barriers for many people to develop their digital skill. And these out-of-school children should not be excluded. Children from disadvantaged background that never have access to computer or educational content online are given opportunity to also develop their digital skill. Likewise, we can carve out a computer corner for these out-of-school children. Like I said, if it is only for them to be watching film, video games, or video, we can do something like that under the supervision of a seasoned librarian. That will be our own contribution. And by this, they will be motivated and we can transform their life. Dear friends, libraries these days are not warehouses where books are mainly stored. They are hub of knowledge, creativity, digital access, community development. Library can open their doors in many ways as a gateway to opportunity for out-of-school children. In fact, if any child or even out-of-school children walks into the library, they can still learn. Apart from watching videos and all those things, they can still learn. By the time they start playing with the books, and in some libraries, it's unfortunate that we might not have it now. We have read their auto books that can just be talking to them. However, as librarian, this is where I want to challenge us. We should not wait for them to come. It is our responsibility. It is our moral responsibility and professional responsibility and social responsibility. Although the responsibility will fall mostly on the public library, because, you know, in the academic library, we might be occupied with our own user. But from time to time also, we can also organize outreaches for those that are near to us. So public library must take the initiative by designing welcoming outreach and literacy program for the community. They should build partnership with local organizations and actively bring out of school children into the library learning spaces. You know, we can organize something. There is something that I saw on the YouTube that also motivates me. You know, when these children comes to the library, they're not just coming to read. They're coming to we involve in crafts, and by that they keep coming, and their souls are transformed. We can also do something like that. Library can organize programs like story hour, reading club, and training sessions. And through this, many of these children will regain their confidences and curiosity. You know, they will build up their confidence. They will begin to ask questions. They will begin to aspire and dream big. And by that, we can reduce the number. And some might not go back to school line, but they will have gained something. Furthermore, libraries are known as safe and inclusive places. So for out of school children, they are places of hope, encouragement, and belonging. So if the other place is close to them, library is open to them, and they keep coming. When out of school children gets used to library, like I said, their curiosity is aroused, and they begin to dream beyond their circumstances. They will now discover their potentials. They will know that they can become something in life, and then they will begin to aspire to move out of that situation. Nevertheless, not every child will return to formal schooling, but library can equip them with basic of critical thinking. By the time their heart is open, that they will be able to receive. They will not be, they will, even if somebody asks them to do something, they will ask why. That is what we want to. We want to arouse their curiosity. We want to arouse their potential. And they begin to think well, and then know that they can also become productive member of their community. And having highlight the roles of library in helping to reduce the out of school number, it is also important at this time to admonish the government to invest more in libraries. As somebody make a comparison, he said in a sinking, there is a lot of library that people can just get to well-functional library within a twinkle of an eye. But here in Lagos, that we have over 15 million people, we cannot see many functional public library, and it is also pathetic. So what should we do? All these are affecting, you know, when we don't have a functional library, it also affects effective library management and service delivery. And we should know that when we strengthen the libraries, we will strengthen the future of our nation. I am therefore using this opportunity for those of us that are here to try and come to the aid of the library. The philanthropist, the National Book Trust also, I know you are doing it. You can do better for us. You can also come to the aid of library. And let us also use this occasion to appeal to our parents. We are not encouraging our children to even read. No? And any child who starts early with the library will not be engrossed with the social media. They will have a solid background to build on. So every child desires a chance to learn, to write, to grow, and succeed. Out of school children should not be seen as forgotten. Library can restore their hopes, inspire them, create opportunity for them to have a brighter future. We are therefore calling on all stakeholders to collaborate with us. It is unfortunate that they are not here, but like I said, some of us that are here, we can take it to them. We are calling on all the stakeholders to make the library accessible, inclusive, and empowering for every child. Because when a child sets his feet at the library, it opens a door of possibility. And the door of possibility will also create opportunity for them. Please, on this note, I want to appeal to my colleagues at the public library. I know that the library, the funding are not there, but the little that you can do, you can, if it is only to sing for them, they will begin to come to the library. And all we want to achieve is that for them to begin to think functionally. And when they are thinking functionally, they will know that they can also become somebody in life. And through all these activities, we'll be able to contribute our part and reduce the number of out-of-school children. Thank you for your time.
Please, that round of applause is not enough. Another one. Wow, thank you so very much. She talked about the roles of librarians. She gave us the statistics, the issues, the problem. It's glaring, it's in our faces. We see it every day. Where we live, we see, I'm sure, most of us. And she has said, as a librarian, you have a role to play. And so we're going to go into questions, comments. And before we do that, while we were having the lecture, and after we had welcomed some people, we have other people who walked in, some librarians, some head of libraries, you're welcome. But I also want to, of note, welcome Alhaji Lukman Dauda. He is the president, the Nigerian Publishers Association, and he's also the MD of Evans Nigeria Brother Publishers Limited. Also, we want to welcome Dr. John Asien. He's the Director General, Nigeria Copyright Commission, Nigerian Copyright Commission. You're welcome, sir. And so, we want to have contributions in this conversation today. Out of school, children, there is a gap. How do we close it? What is your take, your comments, your observations, and your questions? Librarians, we're not going to keep mute. We know in the library you used to say, shh. Okay, we see a hand there. He's coming to you. Please kindly tell us your name, sir, where you work, and then your comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is David Oluwagbami. Up till a few days ago, I was a senior research fellow at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Study. I clocked 65 and I retired.
Congratulations,
So
sir.
thanks so much. I've been in love with book business for a number of years, but specifically on this issue of out-of-school children, there is a policy that was made in the early 70s by the governor and government of Lagos State under the military. And the policy was that the Civil War was just coming to an end. And perhaps the government noted that there would be a lot of problem of people moving down to Lagos, and of course with a lot of gap in the education of the people that would be moving to Lagos State. So the state government formulated a policy, adult continuing education policy. And under that policy, virtually all the major secondary schools and primary schools were turned to adult continuing education centers. The same set of teachers, the same set of buildings, the same set of facilities that were used for primary school in the morning, in the afternoon, were also converted to identical primary and secondary schools in the evening. So from 5:30 to 8:30, all people, young people that were never privileged to go to school were encouraged to enroll for primary school education. And from 5:30 to 9 p.m., those who have gone to primary school but were unable to go to secondary school, we are also encouraged to go to secondary school in the evening. And these were massive from Lagos, from Obalende to Lagos Island to Ibutimeta and the then Lagos metropolis. What am I saying? Many people were able to get education and they became what God wanted them to become. And today, I think that it was not called out of school children problem, but that period, the state solved it. What is my recommendations? Virtually all the states in Nigeria should just adopt that line of thinking so that they can bring back people to classroom without building new classrooms. And the libraries and the librarians, of course, can help to galvanize this into a working. And let me emphasize, it is a workable thing. I'm a product of that. I started primary school at the age of 14, adult evening classes, primary school. St. George's Primary School, Faloma. And by the time I was 28, I became a lawyer. And recently I retired as a teacher of lawyer. So this is very, very crucial. It is doable if we are ready, if we are willing. And I recommend this to the librarian as part of policy recommendation to government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there any other hand up?
Yes, good afternoon, please. My name is Ceci Abiodun Michael. I'm a law librarian at Lagos State University, Ojo, Lagos. So my question, observation first is that to the extent that in the Nigerian Constitution, the chapter 2 on derivative action of state, where you have the education policy, you have social policy, economic policy, and what have you, that section is deliberately made to be non-justiciable. So these are things that government are supposed to do. It is part of the social contract. But if government refuses to do any of those things, whether federal, state, or at any level, then you cannot go to court to enforce those things because it is made to be non-justiciable. And to that extent, we will just be sitting down and doing rhetorics and all that. You cannot even go to court on those things. We cannot enforce those rights, so to say. So now my question is, as information professionals, as leaders of this industry who are also within the educational ecosystem, how can we lend our voice to the action such that we can, is it appeal now or interrogate the possibility of enhancing, leading changes to some of these so that we can make that chapter 2 justiciable, since we have known that out of school children, out of school adult or whatever is in fact a danger to the society, to our own very existence. Then we can also appeal to the government to look into this so that chapter 2 can be justiciable. Thank you. That is my contribution.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you very much. And well, the bit I heard, I'm sure it must have been a wonderful presentation. But of course, I know the sentiments of librarians, and I commend every one of you for the good work you are doing. You are one of the, maybe because when you enter library, they tell you to be very quiet. So you are also one of the very silent operators in the knowledge ecosystem, and we commend you. Yesterday, my appeal was that we should be more familiar with the Copyright Act and the copyright law so that we can use it more effectively to help our readers and those that come to us. And of course, in many communities, in many institutions, librarians will be the first line of experts when it comes to issues of copyright and the book. Now, when we talk about the out-of-school children, I think we often characterize it as those children who, because of poverty or whatever, are disengaged or not able to go to school. But there are those who would want to go to school, but the books are not there for them. You can imagine if you have a blind person, a blind child, or a visually impaired child who wants to go to school. And I can ask any librarian here, how many of your books are accessible to the blind? So if a blind child wants to study, what book will you give such a blind child? So for me, some of them are out of school because the school does not even want them, or the school does not prepare for them. So we have issues of children who are not able to find Braille books. We have children who don't have books in accessible formats. And there's a provision in the Copyright Act now that opens up that window. Section 26 is there for anyone to use to be able to make books available to the blind, the visually impaired, and the print disabled. So I'm appealing to librarians to please, as they are looking at out of school children, they should also remember those children who, even when they're in school, the books are closed and the libraries are shut against them because they are not able to read what we find in those libraries. So my appeal is just to the librarians anywhere, everywhere, that you should always remember the blind, the visual impaired, and the print disabled. And whatever we can do to make it easier for you to make those materials available to them, you can let us know as the Nigerian Copyright Commission, and we'll support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are still on the question-comment session. But just before we go on, I want to also welcome, most respectfully, the Chancellor and Founder, Christopher University Mowe, Chief Dr. Christopher Ikechi Eze. Where are you, sir? You're welcome, sir. And we also welcome every head of library and every other person who has walked in that we have not welcomed. Okay, we're still on the question and answer.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Favor Okafor. I work with the NIA Library. I want to make a little contribution. Sorry, I came in late. When we talk about the issue of out-of-school children, don't think that because your children are not out of school, then you're safe. It's actually a societal menace, it's a societal problem. That child that is out of school today, God forbid, may become a bandit tomorrow. He may become a terrorist because it's idle brain that is the devil's workshop. We've talked about stakeholders, philanthropists, but I want to say that on our own as individuals, we can make an impact, no matter how small. Are you paying for school fees of an indigent person, a neighbor's child, a relation's child? As small as that act is, it can go a long way. It's not every out-of-school child that is as a result of poverty. Most of them are, but at times they are not. It might just be a teenage child that needs mentoring, that thinks that going to school is a very long route to make it. Just by offering a mentoring, unsolicited for mentoring service, can recall that child to the path of rectitude. So we should just be sensitive to contribute our quota to making our society great by offering a helping hand, paying for school fees of an indigent, offering counseling and mentoring services, especially to the adolescent. That's a very sensitive moment that if any child misses it there, it can become a societal menace. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. She brought a personal angle to it, that you can do your bit as an individual, whether you are a librarian or not. You can do your individual bit. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Lady Ejiro Mukuru. I may not be a librarian because I'm the founder and publisher of Lightree Media. However, I am a strong advocate for library communities. I have made an observation in Nigeria where I discovered that our libraries are being left behind. And what is also happening is that I have discovered, based on our research, that there are not even enough libraries in states, local government areas. In my state in Delta, I found out that we're supposed to have at least 27 libraries. As we speak, only 17 are functional. Now, the 17 that are functional, only 5 actually meet the standard of what a library should be. And then we also discovered that librarians are also some of the persons who are not properly selected sometimes to be in that space. The question is, how do you begin to address that? Then 2, when it comes to the training of how they catalog, of how they interact and even invite people to come in and love libraries, enjoy being in libraries, interact with books in libraries, we don't have that vibrancy. I interacted with a number of librarians across, both in private schools as well as the state's libraries. And what I discovered was this. A student, for example, goes to a library to want to register. The process of even registering is cumbersome. Getting their own ID is a problem. And then the way they're even welcomed at these various libraries is also very diabolically, very disinteresting. And then you ask yourself, you say you want to invite people to come to a library. Why would I look at your face and want to come in there? You're not friendly, you're not inviting, you're not welcoming. You're distant, you're disconnected, you're disinterested in what you do. How do you stimulate my energy? Vibe for vibe, energy for energy. Is that not what we do these days? You're talking about Gen Zs, you want them to come? So we're looking at how do we begin to address this lack of library communities on the one hand. Then secondly, this is where I am going to. If libraries cannot sustain themselves, what can librarians begin to do now differently from what they currently do? What do I mean? I did an investigation and I found out some disturbing info that broke my heart. 2, one was that librarians are told by certain members of, across the country that I've gone to, libraries rather, promotions are not supported by government because government officials in government, when it comes to the budgeting of the budget for education, and specifically for libraries, actually state categorically that libraries are not internally generated funding systems. If they're not internally generated funding systems, the question is to you librarians, what are we going to do differently? How do we address that? The fact that a political movement can be done in terms of raising funds for a national library in Abuja, because I also stay in Abuja as well. So I flew in there to come for this event, as a matter of fact. So if a national library can be commodified for a birthday celebration as a means to generate income, that points to the fact that it is actually possible to raise funds for these libraries to be functional. But the question is this, when these funds are raised, do we interrogate them for their uses? Because if we don't have a national library in Nigeria that represents the status, the gravitas it needs to inspire the other local governments to also want to drive these particular libraries in various LGAs, what are you all doing to address these gaps? These are my questions, really.
Thank you very much. I think sometimes an outsider helps you to see the stain on your dress. So librarians, the questions are being asked. What are we doing?
Yes, we are doing a lot. And the outsider cannot see the stain more than us. Before I come to the topic, let me just attempt to, do a reply to what Madam has said. Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming. You have challenged us. So the little I will try to say is that as professionals, we are doing a lot. That's number one. Number two, those people you met, if you do your investigation properly, you will discover that about 60% of them are not trained librarians. That is the tragedy of the situation we are in Nigeria. So, our president has said something the other time that the public libraries, school libraries are non-existent. And we all know it. And that's where it starts from. These out of school children we are talking about, it starts from there, primary and secondary schools. And so when the school libraries are not there, school librarians are not being trained, schools are established, secondary and primary schools are established without libraries. So it's a systemic problem. We are all in Nigeria. So we must address, until we all agree to address that systemic problem as stakeholders. That's when we begin to have a way forward. Now, let me come to the topic. Thank you, Professor Nifade, for a concise and well-delivered lecture. One thing I pick from your discussion is the fact that we can start by maybe digital viewing, using television or whatever to invite all these out-of-school children to the library, public libraries, and then try to use that to educate them, which is a very good recommendation, a very good one. But as I sat here, I was trying to reconcile it with the fact that some of these out-of-school children, some of them, they are not out of school by their own volition. They are not out of school as a result of lack of help. You know, our forefathers, my father used to tell me that in those days when they were in the farm, the reason why they could not go to school was not that Awolowo was not ready to give them free education, but their fathers, because of their own selfish interest of making them to work for them on the farm, we say, if you go to town, all these policemen, what do they call them? They will catch you and arrest you. So as a result of that, they remained on the farm. And that is still happening up to today. We have parents who will give pure water to their children to go and sell, because they have to make money from those children. So my question now, if as a librarian, you now corner such children and say they should go and be watching television somewhere, will you not be creating problem for yourself? Thank you, ma.
Thank you. One more question and then we go to the high table. Just one more question, then we go to our guests on the high table to give their own comments. One more. Please, you have 30 seconds, sir. We also have to watch our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Onyiko Tassie. I'm the president of the Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria. I have a suggestion, and one of the idea is, well, growing up, I did not have access to libraries. My father is a retired professor. I grew up in a university community, and I didn't have access in the sense of what currently happens in developed countries like the US, UK, Canada. I've been privileged to travel, and I find that in somewhere like the US, libraries are situated in each equivalent of a local government. So each local government has a library. Now, we're currently doing a study to understand how many libraries are functional in Nigeria. In Oyo State, for instance, where I'm resident, the Oyo State Library Board has 4 libraries. And interestingly and sadly, 2 are located in one local government, Ibadan North, and 3 in Ibadan North, and then 1 in Ogbomoso. We went to visit the libraries to do an on-spot assessment. Why am I trying to say this? Is it possible for us to start having a conversation that each local government should have a public library affiliated with the local government? The network of book clubs and reading culture promoters has an initiative called the 774 Library Initiative. And our goal is to see that each local government has a library. And how can we do this? We want to identify 20 high net worth individuals from each local government in Nigeria to commit to supporting the establishment of a library. But the government at the local government level must also play their part. What is their part? Their part is that they will provide space within the local government council. The reason is because we have issues of security. We know that the local government council already has security covered. You have some basic infrastructure. So give us a space. When I mean by us, I'm saying Nigerian citizens. Give us a space within the local government that is dedicated as a library, and then we working with other stakeholders would see to the establishment of a library in each of the 774 local governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we go to our people, our distinguished guest here.
Sorry.
If you are going to speak, I give you 20 seconds.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you for this opportunity. Please, my question is, we are talking about out-of-school children, and sometimes when we consider health, we have to also consider that sometimes when children are sick, they can be out of school. So my question is, what are we doing to close this gap when it comes to health coverage that can cause when a student is out of school or a child is out of school due to health issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll start with Professor Okiki of the University of Lagos. Any of the questions you would like to address, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nivade. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. In your presentation, I didn't get the total definition, but I pick a phrase: children roaming about. Then the question is this: they are roaming about. Why are they roaming about? Perhaps because the challenge before us is not to just to analyze, agonize on the issue why they are roaming about. What is the solution? What are we trying to profile to solve this problem? I think that is the essence of this gathering. And it's not just to gather people together, engage in academic exercise. At the end of the day, we leave this hall. We should be asking ourselves as a librarian, what am I going to do differently? They are roaming about. Perhaps we could create a room where they can roam into. I'm talking to the librarians. And I want to thank my sister, who is the researcher, who has actually done pretty well in Delta State, and found out that the librarians quote and no quote, that she meant were actually not addressing or carry out their function as expected. I don't want to damp into that because there are a lot of anomalies. We have a lot of pegs that are not supposed to be installed and who parade themselves as librarians. Hence, you might have met wrong people. They may even be a librarian, but lack the culture or be frustrated by their environment. So they vented their frustration on who it may concern. Now the question now is, what are we going to do? As she was presenting, I was just ruminating. There are a lot we can do. One of our rules is advocacy. What are we advocating? We're talking about out of school children, and yet we are comfortable in our zone. I was just asking myself, as a university, as a librarian in the university, what role is University of Lagos play?
As a university librarian, not librarian.
Let me hide myself first now.
You want to say the correct thing, just
Thank you. As a university librarian, what role am I playing? We have community around us. We have Iwaya. We have Bariga. And we have where Onike. Leave Pako. Pako is a little bit civilized. Why can't we, as a library, and I'm going to take it up as a challenge, why can't we, as a library, reach out, if it is even once in a week, we meet with the Baale to give us a space? Because all of us, we are just talking about government. Government may not do anything. We will continue to present papers. Next year we come again, maybe out of I don't know the title will be given again. And we analyze and analyze. People will blow grammar. But let's live here as a librarian to reach out to our communities. We especially the community within our domain. Secondly, we have money. Somebody will be there. Everything is a public library, and then to our embarrassments as a nation, we are now, when National Assembly has already budgeted for the building every year, it's always in the budget. Now we are now donating, using birthday donation to fund a national library, and yet we cannot say anything. It's okay. I don't want to down into government Maccabi dance. We have funds. In the university, we have NRF. And we have, I do institutional based research. That is IBR. You can't use that one because that one is institutional. But NRF can be used. And NRF, at least, you have, if you have a good proposal, and it has to do with community impact, you can get almost a 30 million naira or more than that. It depends on how you are able to present your proposal. And we are, most of us, we are in higher institutions here. What are we doing? Can't we come together and collaborate with our community? My brother over there said it's ready. If we are able to work together, to partner together in this area, I tell you, federal government, TEFON will release the money. They will support us. Because it's a way or it's a means of reaching out to our community. This is what I just want to add. That we have the fund. And that fund is lying fallow. You can access them.
Thank you so much. And let's hear from our hosts. I always call our host, our Deputy Librarian, the National Library of Nigeria, Lagos, Mrs. Honora.
Thank you. Madam, I want to appreciate you for your wonderful presentation. Now we are talking about out of school. We said that the National Library is doing the little she can with the little fund available. For instance, we open up literacy centers all over the country. In Lagos in particular, we have one at Makoko. We engage the students there, even though they are very difficult to come together. They prefer to go to sell their fish. But we engage them. We give them pencil, biro, and exercise books. And then we engage volunteers that help us to teach them. Time to time, we visit them. Sometimes we see about 10, 15. So the National Library is doing. Also, we have one at Mushi. The one at Mushi is in the mechanic village, where we engage those that couldn't go to school when they're supposed to go to adult education. Thank you very much. Those ones are even more eager. So we have quite a large number, mostly the mechanics and the artisans there. So that one is highly functional. We tried to establish one at Bariga, but it's not working as at now. Also, we have book clubs. And then in my office at Lagos office, we try to engage the communities there. For instance, last May 27, Children's Day, we had a program. We didn't have any school in particular that we invited, but we went round. We invited all the children there, and they came. We encouraged them to come to the library to read. And also at the end, one thing they like is at the end, you have to give them small things to eat. And then we give them books. We encourage them. So I can say that, yes, the out of school, there are many, and we really need to do something. We're also pleading for, because the National Library, we are doing, like I said, the little we can do. Each time we organize any program, we have to look for sponsors, volunteers that come and help us to do it. But we are not just resting on our oars. We are trying the little we can do. And like that, every librarian, everybody, I think we should all put our hands together and see how we can bring out these children to come to the classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just give our speaker 1 minute to also round up. In all of this, you have given us an appetizer, ma. So we are looking for the dessert before we leave. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much. I also want to answer my sister.
Okay, ma.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. I hear something. I'm supposed to say something.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. Before I respond quickly, I want to acknowledge the presence of my DG. We are not protocol people. I have made a lot of mistake in protocol. And also I want to acknowledge the only admin secretary we have from the national headquarters. She came along with me. Our popular and renowned Dr. Mrs. Omo. Please, can you stand for recognition? Equally, I made one mistake. I don't want to go to guard room. I did not acknowledge my powerful former chairperson of Lagos State, in person of Dr. Ajayi Taiwo. Thank you very much. A quick one, please. I want to thank that lady. You are fantastic. Please, can you rise for recognition, please? That lady thank you very much. I don't want to agree with my colleagues, okay? I want to agree with you. You have made a good point about welcoming manners. They do it. Please, forget about what they are saying. They do it. No, that's the truth. And that's my nature. You can't just come here and begin to defend what you know is true. Some of us, they don't have that customer relationship management skills. Please. Thank you very much, my dear. We have that problem. And I'm grateful that we have the new CCMAS, the curriculum, the training school now. We have a problem from the training school. And we are adjusting that. Please, apologies for those conducts. I take responsibility. So it will change.
Not all of us. Me, I don't agree.
Again, you see, you are very ambitious. Again, on the second comment. Just alongside with my friend over there from the network of book clubs. What an ambitious proposal. Okay? Getting libraries in all local government. Yes. It's an idea. And I believe and I pray for you. We are going to partner for you to see how that can be reality. You see, most of the problems, this is a prison seat. No, it's a prison seat. Most of the problems, to answer all of them in one statement, they are attributed to environmental issues. The country is not a favorable climate, does not have a favorable climate for information business. Okay? The publishers are struggling. The printers are struggling. The booksellers are struggling. It's summarily because we don't value information in this country. We don't value knowledge. So, my dear, the State Library Legislation Act has made it mandatory for all state governors to establish one public library in every local government. So it is deliberate because they want us to remain their servant. Okay? And my friend from the law library, thank you very much for introducing those your legal grammar. You want us to go to court? Okay? I am a pragmatist. I am a realist. I don't believe in idealism. Okay? Yes, it's a good one. But we can't test that waters because we don't have the capacity. The country still is having problem with the judiciary. So I agree with you. Public library services is a social, what do you call it? You call it social something. Social justice. So we will try our advocacy. We are advocating. That is the least we can do. We can't take any government to court to enforce one provision of our constitution. So please, thank you very much for that. Now, the issue of funding and the story of National Library of Nigeria. You can see the correlation. When I tell you we are not a knowledge economy nation, when our monument, national monument, can be reduced to a birthday gift. I will tell you what happened in the Nigerian Library Council. When that issue was done, the announcement was made. So my council members were calling on me, okay, President, let's write an appreciation. Yes, she's done a good job. I said, where is the good job? Reducing my own profession to birthday gift. But the summary of all is that, we are a democracy. So majority of council members felt that whatever you cannot get through the right hand, if you can get it from the left hand, just carry it. So I followed the majority. We say, okay, it's a good thing. We dance along. We say, okay, let's see whether it will get to reality. Of course, we discussed that with the minister. When I paid her a courtesy call, we said, please, minister, we want you to get this as your own achievement. Let this be a reality under this tenure of the president. Up to today, the building has not yet commenced. The continuity of the building has not yet commenced, but we are giving hope that they are still working with the bureaucracy. So thank you very much. And I think I have tried to answer some of your questions. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, everybody. My president has already done justice to it. But what I wanted to emphasize today is that, we cannot solve all the problem. The one that we are tackling today is out of school children. And I have said that these out of school children that we are addressing, they are between age 1 to 12. And they are the ones that are roaming around in the on the streets. They don't have access to decent educational system. Those are the ones that we are concerned with. And why we brought library into it is that, like my president has said, but to me, I know library is a place that you go and you feel welcome. Just yesterday, the public library at Ogun State organized World Book Day. So in our own little space, librarians has been doing a lot. It is just that we need to come together so that our noise will be heard. That is what we are advocating for. And another thing is that, like I said, we cannot win all of them out of the streets. But if we create a platform that they feel welcome, their orientation will change. We will see some of them that will turn out to be a useful member of their community. And to my brother here, we are not saying that you should corner them. You cannot do it alone. We are saying that partner with organizations that are willing, like some of our sisters here and the other brother that talks about the network of readers club, we can partner with them. We can just do the little that we can do so that there will be impact, so that we can reduce. Not that we will be able to, we have said that we had opened this dialogue here. It will continue, we'll continue to talk about it. But the only thing is that we are opening our eyes to these out of school children. That, like, as I'm sitting here, my sister was even telling me that even those who are in school, did they have libraries? But then, what we are saying is that let's take the one that we can impact and then come together and see how we can help them. The Lord will help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. She said it again. The discourse has been opened. There's so much to say, so much to do, so much to collaborate, so much to reason. And so, what will you do as a librarian or in your little space? I see some of us have started thinking. We want to thank you so much, Professor Nifade. Thank you for being here. Thank you for opening our minds and making us think more. Okay, we will have a speech from one of our hosts from the book fair. But before then, we just want to welcome our national president again, sir, to help us give the plaque of appreciation to our speaker today.
All right. Wow, this is very beautiful. Beautiful. Lagos is always Lagos. Oh boy. Very light. You know? So thank you, Lagos. So my task is very simple. So on behalf of the Nigerian Library Association, this is not only Lagos, it's the whole Nigeria. Because it is the president that is talking. So the whole librarians in Nigeria, I want to present this to you. It's a token of our appreciation. What you have been doing to us is massive. So we can't pay you, we can't afford to. So what we can do, we only appreciate you, and this is, please find a place. I know it's very full with so many things, but find a place and keep it. It's from our hearts. We appreciate you, and may God continue to bless you. Congratulations. Can you keep it?
They're snapping. They're snapping. They're snapping. They're snapping.
Are you Gen Z from there catching?
Thank you so much.
Continue to inspire every other Liberians to follow suit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we are coming to a landing, but just before we do, we want to welcome the chairman of the NBFT, Mr. Dare Oluwatui. He wants to talk to us very briefly, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for your time. Some of you have been here since Tuesday, and you are still here. So I pray that as you go back to your respective abode, the Lord will take you back safely in Jesus' name. I need to do this because there's no formal closing for all the programs. So we are doing it in a bit. So that's why I've asked for this little few minutes to address you briefly, very briefly. As the 2026 Nigerian International Book Fair draws to a close today, I extend my sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to making this edition a success. Thank you to all participants who joined us at this Professor Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Art, and to those who, though unable to stay until the end, supported the spirit of the fair. My special thanks go to our exhibitors who have been actively engaged in business networking and showcasing your works and merchandise in the exhibition hall. I trust the experience has been rewarding and hope you found this very comparative in standard to the London Book Fair, the Beijing International Book Fair, the World Book Fair in India, and other leading international fairs across the world. As we conclude this year's fair, I'm pleased to announce that the 2027 Nigeria International Book Fair will hold from Wednesday 12th to Friday 14th May 2027. By God's grace, may we all be alive and in good health to participate actively once again. At the opening ceremony, I mentioned that my tenure as the chairman of the Nigerian Book Fair Trust will come to an end with this year's book fair. The NIBF, however, will continue to thrive. To this end, I'm delighted to announce that the new chairman will assume office at the end of this month. He's a well-respected figure in the book industry, a leader who has served on the executive committee of the International Publishers Association, IPA, and who currently serves as the chief executive officer of Evans Brothers Nigeria Limited and president of the Nigerian Publishers Association, NPA. He is no other person than Alhaji Lukman Dauda. The chairman will be supported by the vice chairman, Dr. Usman Akambi, who is currently the president of the Association of Nigerian Authors, ANA. I'm confident that when they assume office, they will receive your support and cooperation even more fully than I enjoyed during my tenure. Thank you all for your presence, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to the growth of the book industry in Nigeria. Safe travels to those departing, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the Nigerian Book Trust Fund. Thank you so much, the organizers of the Nigerian International Book Fair. So, just before we say the vote of thanks, I would like to invite all heads of libraries to take a group picture. Okay, they said after the vote of thanks. So I would like to invite the chairperson of the Lagos State NLA to give her vote of thanks. Thank you.
On behalf of the Nigerian Library Association, Lagos State Chapter, our national president, Dr. Umar Lawa, president of the Nigerian Library Association, I want to say thank you to our presenter for this very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. I want to thank our host for this program that gave us the platform, the NB Nigerian Book Trust Fund. I want to say a big thank you to you for giving us this platform for us to gather here and having our Librarians Day gathering and engagement today, whereby we meet all our colleagues nationwide that come for the book fair. I want to also say a big thank you to all the participants that came from other states, our librarians, our heads of libraries, our university librarians, our school heads of libraries, our public librarians, all librarians. I want to say a big thank you to you all for coming here to join us here. I can't appreciate you more. We really appreciate your coming for attending this our national program. This is an annual program whereby we come here together and discuss on the theme of the book fair. This year's theme is on out of school children, and all the associations, all the societies in the book industry are on top of this game. The president of the NBRP is here, Mr. Professor Tassi. He is also on this topic of out of school children. We are on he's the initiator of the trying to get libraries for each local government in this country, having the 774 libraries in each local government in this country, whereby we want to collaborate with the national library. The national library have already established some, so we want to make sure and ensure that all these libraries are being functional, and they are being run by a librarian, and also they are being accessible. Not that when they do when there is a library, the library is not accessible for the locals to be able to go to the library. So we are trying to see, is it accessible? Is it being run by a librarian? Is it being, maybe having enough books? So that is what we are trying to see. And the president of the NBRP, he is on top of that, whereby a team of committee has already been established, and work has already been started. So I want to say this one is even in connection with this topic of this theme for out of school children, whereby we need to get libraries for all our students, for all our children, especially the younger ones. So I want to thank all the institutions in Lagos State, all the public libraries, all the special libraries, the public libraries. I want to say a big thank you for you coming here. Thank you. I appreciate you all that you came here. To mention not from a few, the University of Lagos team, LASU team, Lagos State University, Yaba College of Technology, you are on top. Thank you so much for all of you paying all your dues. Payment of dues is very, very key. So all of you that have been paying our dues, I want to say a big thank you, and I love you all for paying your dues. If you don't pay your dues, please try and pay your dues. I love you all, but paying your dues, that is what makes us to run all these activities for you. Paying your dues is for our own good. We are paying it for ourselves. It's not as if we are paying it for ourselves. Coming here is something good, and it's our dues that is working. If we don't pay our dues, we'll not be able to come here. But I want to say I appreciate you all, and I want to do KBSC for you for saying a big thank you, and I love you all for coming. Thank you to our senior ones, our elders here. Those that are not mentioned, please, you're part of this thank you. Accept our thank you. Thank you so much.
My madam says she's saying KBSC for you. Or please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Pay your dues. Oh. We will not stop saying it. We know you keep paying your dues. Thank you so much, Lagos librarians. Thank you for librarians from outside Lagos that are here today. And so, just before we say the final word, please, if you are a head of library, either within or outside Lagos, please kindly come. Those on the high table will be taking a picture quickly. First, with our heads of library. Please, if you are a head of library, kindly come forward and join. If you are a university librarian, Head of a special library, public library, please step forward. Thank you. We also want to invite our host from the Nigerian Book Trust Fund to join this picture, please, sir. Sir, please kindly join too. No, for the heads. I think you can take one. Some people can stay behind, please. Some people can stay behind our heads. There are still spaces behind. Please, you can stay behind. Who is taking the picture for NLA? We have plenty Liberian photographers. Say NLA. Thank you so much. So for the members of NLA, we are going to take in batches. NLA chairperson, Lagos State Chapter, our president, please don't go. You will still take with Liberians in Lagos, will take it in batches. Please, let's come and take. Liberians, both in Lagos and outside Lagos that are here present. Yes. Lagos, Madam Omo, you don't want to take picture with us in Lagos? No evidence. Come here. No evidence. Please, Liberians, please let's come. Liberians don't want to take picture. Madam Omo. Just quickly take.
The next event that will be coming up in the next 10 minutes is by network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria on the theme the media and the reading. Effective use of media resources in reading promotion. So in the next few minutes, another important program is coming up by the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria. The media and reading. Effective use of media resources in reading promotion. An event to come up now by the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria. So we would like Nigeria Library Association program has come to an end, and now Nigeria Library Association program has come to a close. And now the next on the line is by the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria. As it has been displayed on the screen, the media and reading. So we would like those of you behind Please, we want everyone to settle down. We are about to start another program. It's already past 3, and the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria will be having an important discussion on the media and reading, effective use of media resources in reading promotion. Please, we would like everyone to please settle down. Our panelists are already around. Please, we have the panelists around already, and we'd like everyone to please settle down. Please, would you like everyone to please settle down? We have another we do like everyone to settle down. We want to have the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria program now. Please, we do like everyone to settle down. Another program is about to start. The media and the reading. Please, if you are for this program, please settle down. If you are not, please, kindly. Please, we do like everyone to please be seated. Those of you at the back, please, we appreciate you. Please, kindly come forward, please. Please, those of you behind, please, we appreciate you coming forward, please. We still have empty seats here. The important personalities. Yeah, everyone in. Hello, sir. I would like you to come forward. Hello, miss. Hello, sirs. Please, can you come forward, please?
I'm also part of this one now. Okay, I'm also part of this one now. Yes, I will see.
Please, everyone, please sit down. I'm sorry, please, those of you there, I will appreciate you. Please come forward, please. No. Please do come forward, please. Please. I'll keep looking at you until you come forward. Thank you. Wow. It's just a step, just like, hello, please, hello, hello, miss. It's just like, come, please do come forward, please. Please, let's occupy the seats. Please. It's too empty. Only just one person here. Please, just come forward, please.
So we'll just now at some activities. Then is at the exhibition hall.
Greetings, everyone. If you're sitting at the back, please can you kindly come forward? Occupy the seats in front of you, because the picture is going to be such that if you are seated far away, to be as if we did not do a fantastic event. So help us. The seats in front, just occupy the seats in front. And besides, presidents are the ones that sit in front, right? So please, let's occupy the seats in front. Please, let's occupy the seats in front. So if you are sitting, Halima, please, can you come forward? Please come forward. If there is any seat in front of you, please occupy the seat in front of you. Please make our work easy, okay? Thank you as you make our work easy. All right, if there are some seats in front of you, please just occupy the seats in front. Please. God bless you as you obey. You know we are good Nigerians. So let's move forward, please. Some people are not even moving. Like Rock of Ages. Please move forward. Please. Please, please. The picture is going to look very funny if we don't occupy the seats in front. So there's a way we can capture the pictures and it looks good. So if you are sitting at the back, please move forward. Please. Ushers, please bring down your voices. Thank you. Some people are still seated at the back. I'm seeing one very handsome man. He's turning back. Very handsome. Please move forward. See how handsome you are. Move forward. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for people that have moved forward. Please, people in front, put your hands together for people that have moved forward. As you have moved forward, that's how your destiny will move forward in Jesus. All right. So we're about to start, and I'm excited. Yeah. Okay, there's another handsome man that is wearing a face cap. Very handsome. Sir, please, could you move forward? Just one seat forward, please. Thank you as you move forward. Yeah, I'll call the panelists first. All right. So when I say Nigerian International Book Fair 2026, you would help me say the network of book club and reading culture promoters in Nigeria. Is that a lot? Okay, so let me just say, is that a lot? Okay, so we can say NBRP, but Halima is still not sitting in front. She has still not come to the front. And I'm wondering why, because she's NBRP. Please come and take your seats, ma. NBRP, if you are in NBRP, you cannot do that. So you have to come forward and sit in front. God bless you in Jesus' name as you come forward. All right. So when I say Nigerian International Book Fair 2026, please help me say NBRP. Are we ready? Are we ready? If you are ready, shout, I'm ready! Where are all the Gen Zs? If this room was filled with Gen Zs by now, it would have been electric. Okay, but we thank God. All right, so let's do it one more time and then we'll get rolling. Nigeria International Book Fair 2026. All right. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, respected authors, publishers, educators, media practitioners, reading advocates, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Josephine Ogeneke Ogufere, the founder, CEO of the African Writers Tribe. and also the secretary of the Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria. It is my pleasure to serve as the host of this remarkable session organized by the Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria, NBRP, as part of the Nigeria International Book Fair 2026. On behalf of the organizers, I warmly welcome you to this insightful program themed The Media and Reading, Effective Use of Media Resources in Reading Promotions. If you made it to this place, I need you to put your hands together for yourself. The reason why you're putting your hands together for yourself is because Nigeria is not in need of new leaders. Nigeria is in need of leaders that will be intentional about making sure that the next generation read. It's when we read that we become leaders. I can tell when a country is not reading by the actions of its citizens. If you go around Africa, you see a lot happening. But I'm thankful to God that we Nigerians, they can't point our fingers and say we are not people that read because we read. Put your hands together if you are a Nigerian. Another thing I would like to say is, another reason why we're clapping is because what we do is not easy. If it's entertainment, the billions will come. If it's what other things, the money will come from wherever. But when it has to do with books, haven't you people made huge sacrifices to be here today? If you've made huge sacrifices, raise your hand. If you've used your money, like money came out of your pocket and you felt it, raise your hand. Please put your hands together for yourself again. Because we are the real deal. We are the ones that will bring about the change that Nigeria expects to see. God bless you. So we continue. Today's conversation is timely and important. In a rapidly changing digital world, the media has become one of the strongest tools for shaping minds, influencing cultures, and promoting literacy. As reading promoters, educators, writers, and creative professionals, we must continue to explore innovative ways to use both traditional and digital media to inspire a stronger reading culture across Nigeria and beyond. At this point, we officially begin the program. Put your hands together. All right, so 1 minute or 1 second. Turn to your right and welcome someone. Turn to your left and welcome the other person. Ask their names. We are the real deals. We are the superheroes. We are the real superheroes. So ask someone's name because you don't know who that person is. That person may just be your destiny helper. That person may just have that $1 billion you have been praying for. You have been going to Orioke for. Some people are not greeting. I can see people that don't need money. Me, I greet all of you in Jesus' name. All right. All right. So we have 20 seconds more and we proceed. All right. Please let's rise up as we take the opening prayer and the national anthem. So don't sit when we finish the opening prayer because we'll also take the national anthem. In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for today. We ask that, Lord, you'd go ahead of us to perfect all that concerns us. We pray that our efforts to make sure that the reading culture in Nigeria would work in Jesus' name. Thank you because your strength is made perfect in our weakness. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Let's, should we just take the pledge or do the national anthems? Okay, so let's do the national anthem. Okay, all right. The national pledge.
Shortly, all participants are to move to the cinema hall for the conference by the Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria.
Thank you. The national pledge.
Defend her unity and uphold her honor and glory. So help me.
Thank you, everyone. You may have your seat. All right. So I have an Oga Pata over me. And it is my honor to invite, drum roll, clap, NBRP, everybody clap. It's my honor to invite the president of the Network of Book Club and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria to deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together for my president, for your president, as he takes the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. For some reason, I don't like using the microphone, but I will try and hold this. First of all, I want to thank everyone for taking time to come here. We know there are competing interests, but that you're here means a lot to us. It's encouraging to have you here. The Network of Book Clubs and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria is a network of individuals who are very interested in moving the reading culture. And we realize that we cannot do, on our own individual rights, we may be strong, but coming together to form a network, we're able to move forward the needle of promoting reading. And it's cuts across. So we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have publishers, we even have people who probably may not be literate, in the sense that they've not gone through formal education, but they're interested in reading. And so the network is open to everybody. As far as you're alive, you're welcome to be a member of the network. And so we're excited to always have opportunities to engage, and you would see that play out itself today when we have a very rich conversation brought on by a group of panelists. So I just want to say thank you. And of course, I would respectfully recognize the immediate past president, Sir Richard Mama, who led the network for the past 5 years. So I'm new at this. This is 6 months into my tenure of a 2-year tenure. But I'm excited to, this is my first NIBF full activity, and I'm excited to work with a dynamic set of NBRP members. You guys are doing a lot. It's very sacrificial. This is what it's called leadership. Really, is not. It's not beans. Neither is it moi. So just to say thank you for coming to our session. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for my president, for your president. We'll now proceed to the introduction of today's theme, the media and reading.
I was just wondering, does our president have a name? Did he mention his name? Did he mention his name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So my president's name is Professor Tasi Chukwuka. Please put your hands together for Professor Tasi Chukwuka. Thank you very much, sir. We Gen Z, that's how we are. May the Lord help us in Jesus' name. All right, so let's proceed. Yeah, of course. Okay, so we now proceed to the introduction of today's theme, the media and reading. This session will provide an overview of how media resources can be effectively utilized to promote reading culture, literacy development, and literacy engagement in our society. The question is, what is media? A lot of times we look at media as basically videos, If you ask a Gen Z, sorry, I keep referring to them because I work a lot with them. If you ask a Gen Z, what is media? Hey, they say it's Instagram, it's TikTok, it's Facebook. None of them ever mentions that media is reading, taking up a book to read. And it's so sad. Sometimes I used to blame every other person apart from myself for the reason why the people around me will not read. But at some point, I decided to take the responsibility. And what did I do? I decided to put myself in their shoes. Why are they not reading? And I